Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please, service on that.
Literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt from saying.
I'm not even sure if you can see me now. There you go, now you can. Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. The audio's a little bit off. It's a little quiet on the music. Let's see if I turn this off. This off. Now it's thumping. There we go. That's more like it. That's how we start the day off right here. Alrighty. Where are we? There. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you for joining me. Big shout out to WeGob. Welcome to the gallery, WeGob. Also, a big shout out to Golden Girl, who was first in chat today. Golden Girl, congratulations. Everyone wants to sit. That's what I was forgetting. I'm like, I don't know why the startup was so easy today. Probably because I didn't start everything up. Now, ideally, points are not working. I've tried to disable them because I can't tone them down at all. I'll update maybe later. Let's see. Loyalty points are turned off. All right. Good. Okay, everything should be working. Seats are working today. That's always a good start. Seats are available. If you check right now, they should be there. There we go. Now things are working. All right. Had some fun with the replay machine. Working with a couple different feeds that were out of sync, so it's going to look a little funny here, but just being able to play everyone else's different feeds at the same time and see what was happening side by side, back and forth. It was pretty cool. So anyway, I'm getting somewhere on the replay machine. We're getting there. That's all good. Let's see what else is going on this morning. Couple things. First of all, good morning. We might have some birthdays to sing to. That comes first and foremost. Why am I not in focus? And my camera's crooked. Who bent my camera? Okay. That'll work. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. For those that didn't know, yesterday was Monday. Today is Tuesday, which is good because I could not take another Monday in a row. It was up in the attic with my son, putting a bucket on. We found where the leak was in the roof. We lost one shingle. And one shingle does not a roof make, but one shingle does a roof break. So we lost one shingle. We have one little spot where water's coming through. So we set up a 5-gallon bucket, which immediately prompted the rain to stop. And so it gathered virtually no water. But the indoor rain shower is over. And now we have to figure out how to get up on the roof and repair that area. So that's on my to-do list, but it can't be this weekend because I've got a gig this weekend, 2 different locations we have to do live stream from. So that will be the next project. But the good news is it keeps me from having to start the bathroom project because the roof project is more pressing. So I don't have to remodel another bathroom yet. I just have to climb up on my roof, which scares me to death. All right. So during the breaks, during lunch today, I'll be watching YouTube videos on how to repair a shingle roof. The part I'm least happy about is not actually the height and climbing up on top of the building and possibly falling off, but it's carrying the shingles onto the roof. That's the part I don't like because it's bad enough with me climbing the ladder, but carrying shingles up there, yeah, no go. That's my issue. All right, and I'm getting some allergies. I went out and fought the vine that was fighting our cable, and I broke it. I've severed the vine from its root. Anyway, the pitch, 12-12, Martha, 12-12. Yeah. Who was thinking when they built that one? Apparently in the 1900s, or late 1800s, early 1900s, that was the pitch that was all the rage. So, one shingle at a time is how you do it, says Squidward. Let's see. I want to do this while we sing to birthdays. Let's take care of the birthdays first because I don't want to miss that. Hold on one second. There we go. Nana Geek Joe Allen, Riva Cole, pronounced River Cole. Pronounced River. Riva Cole. Okay, so River Cole, and Nina. Is it Nina or Nina? I think it's Nina. We're going to do Nina. So Nana Geek, Joe Ellen, River Cole, and Nina celebrating their birthday today. So please join with me as we celebrate the traditional method by singing the birthday song. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, deep breath, project your voice in the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors as we sing out to these wonderful people who are celebrating their birthday today. Dancers at the ready, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Nana Geek Joellen, Rivacole, and Nina. Happy birthday to you. Nana Geek Joellen, Rivacole, and Nina, congratulations. Today's your special day, which means all day today, you're the most important person. It's all you. It's all about you. You can start off your special day by celebrating with free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House. I don't recommend Waffle House, actually, but Denny's, Village Inn. If you've got a Village Inn handy, maybe you could try that. IHOP will do it as well. I don't know, you might even be able to talk to McDonald's into giving you a free stack. It's free stack of flapjacks if you know the manager or something. But happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be celebrating with, and you've chosen to be here with us. Privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed it as well, though. Weegob, Riva Cole says, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Weegob, on 9 months as well. Mary did the high kicks during the song. It looks great. Looks great. Greener says, I sent you a picture on the burner. Now I have to look at the burner here. Let's take a quick peek. Can you show my picture? Oh man, Greeners. Let's see. Let's go to the MacBook Pro. Give me a minute. We're gonna show your picture, Greeners. Show my Finder, show my media. As the birthday song continues. Here's drum solos coming up here. So while I showed Greener's picture, get ready to do your air drums. Well, there it is right here. All right, big finish on the air drums, everybody. There we go. Great job. Allergies are killing me today. They're killing me. I don't know why. Greener's, he's got the True Crime Addict mug. Thank you very much, by the way. And a dozen eggs. Jury duty. Here you come. Here you come. You're good to go. Can you imagine showing up with a True Crime Addict mug? It'd probably be a tumbler, right? We have to make a tumbler so when you get called to jury duty, it's like your get out of jail free card if you don't want to serve. You're like, I like true crime and 3 people. It's going to say something like that on the mug, and then you're like, hey, here I am. Anyway, good. I walked in the yard, and now my allergies are just like, boom, exploding. I don't know what's in bloom today, but it's killing me. Egger for the win. Yes. All right, before we start, first of all, we've got about an hour, roughly, before trial starts. But I went back last night, and I was watching, a week ago, there was a hearing with Gregg. And this hearing was, it was basically the last big hearing before trial, and they're trying to fight things out. And It was spicy. There was a lot of bits that were spicy, but I wanted to show one particular section of it where the jury, or not the jury, the judge is questioning the defense about their disclosure to the state. And the reason I want to show this is because it sure comes across that this judge may have a personal preference in this whole gig. And I want you to watch it if you haven't. We're going to watch just part of it. We're not watching the whole thing. It was like 3 hours long. But points should not be accruing right now. So you can check them all you want, but I don't think they'll accrue. So let's see if I can get this going here. Let's see. We're going to be on. Let's turn that one off. We're going to be on camera 2. I think.
All right.
Yes.
Next matter was a motion for gag order document number 177.
Oops.
Where they need to be, so to speak. It shows too great of a window. So for those reasons, the court is going to deny the motion to suppress. However, the court is going to restrict the statement.
We're backing up just a tiny bit.
In your case in chief. It can only be used if and when the defendant raises it or her sanity.
So he's making rulings.
That'll be the court's ruling with states to give me an order. All right. Next matter was a motion for gag order document number 177. The response was filed late.
Watch the lady.
Will not be considered.
Watch the lady here.
Motion for gag order is granted. Give me an order. Next motion is document number 175.
Watch what she says.
Motion to enforce
Turns to the right.
previous orders and compel.
Looks up.
The
And
motion
says,
limiting to exclude evidence
wasn't
not
late.
previously discovered, produced in discovery. Again, the response was filed late. Document number 174, motion limiting to exclude insanity defense, exclude testimony of Dr. Gerald O'Brien, Dr. Mark Webb, and Dr. Clark. Again, there was a late response filed. However, we're going to have to deal with the issue of late file discovery, so I want to hear it all at once.
Here we go. Late
State's
file discovery.
motion, I'll hear you out.
State goes first.
Court's indulgence. I'm trying to get it.
Well, just getting that together. For the record, even though the responses were filed late and the others, I did read them before I granted the order, before I granted the election. All right, let me see.
And I'll start with our motion to enforce the court's previous orders to compel a motion limited to exclude evidence not previously produced in discovery. This court entered an order directing both parties to exchange discovery that was in their possession at that time by August the 20th, 2024.
I think I actually ordered y'all to do it 2-3 times before.
That's correct, Sharon. The
This is
last
the
order
fourth
regarding
disclosure.
discovery said that all discovery within the party's possession, there was also an in-court hearing regarding that, was to be turned over or the possibility to be excluded.
All right, let's start.
So
What are you trying to exclude? Which witnesses?
yes, sir, Your Honor. So as of August the 20th, 2024, the state had 0 witnesses from the defendant and or any substance of their testimony. So we filed this motion on August the 30th asking that pretty much any evidence that they sought to introduce at that point be excluded because we had received none.
They want to
so
exclude
to be clear, the
all
defendant had dropped off an
the
external
defense
hard drive, a jump drive at our office. It contained photographs. It contained an investigative journal by someone by the name of Amber Floyd. It did not contain anyone's testimony, anyone's information, and we were not provided the substance of anyone's testimony. During that same meeting, this was pre plea negotiations. The state had offered and asked, and quite frankly begged, for the names of anyone who would provide any information regarding the defendant's potential mental state at the time. We were not provided that information. However, the defense attorneys told us during that meeting that they knew the names of several teachers, as well as had a statement that the victim, the living victim in this case, Heath Smiley, had prepared, where they had sent him questions and he responded to those questions in writing, as well as other witnesses. We asked that that be turned over on that day. It was not. We've asked that it be turned over subsequent to that, and it was not until September the 3rd that the state received a list of witnesses from the defendant. And I apologize, Judge. May I get that?
You have a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
Of the list you received?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Put the little replay sign up. This was 1 week ago. The state tried to eliminate all the defense witnesses, everything. And I want to watch when the
On
defense
September
gets
the
up, how the
3rd, the
judge
state
deals
was
with them.
emailed a witness list that contained the name of Heath Smiley, stating that his proposed testimony would regard his personal knowledge and observation of the events on March the 19th, 2024, his relationship with Carly's mother, Carly's relationship with Heath, Ashley Smiley's mental and physical state, which we've been provided no documents to that effect, Carly's behavior and mental health issues from the fall of 2023 through the present. At this point, we still have not been provided any documentation, any statements, anything regarding any mental state other than the records that we've requested from 2023 outside of Mr. Smiley's interview with law enforcement on April the 4th that we provided. Additionally, it says that he will talk about the investigation in this matter by the Sheriff's Department as well as the Rankin County District Attorney's Office. Essentially, Vicki Breland has pretty much the exact same substance of testimony. That is the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley's mother. Next witness is James Daniel Floyd. He is the brother-in-law of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley. We have no substance of his testimony other than he will testify regarding his personal knowledge and observations regarding the events on March the 19th, 2024, and the investigation by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office. No information provided by him other than that, with the exception of contact information. BG, who the state has interviewed, and SR, who the state has interviewed.
Juvenile.
Next, they list a Shira Higbee. It is believed that Ms. Higbee is a teacher and that this is one of the individuals, again, that the defendant knew about far in advance of August the 20th, as well as Tricia Gilbreth. Again, it appears to be a teacher of Carly's that the defendant knew about far in advance of August the 20th. They next name Dr. Andrew Clark, which he was not retained before August the 20th, so of course that was not in their possession at the time. We have a separate motion regarding Mr. Clark. And then Corey Garber, which we do not object, of course, to the testimony that he provided. But certainly, so we're asking that any testimony that Mr. Smiley is called to testify about outside of the two statements that he's provided to law enforcement in this case be excluded. We ask that any testimony by Vicki Breland regarding anything at all be excluded, that the testimony of James Daniel Floyd regarding any type of testimony be excluded, that BG, anything outside of the interviews that he's provided to our office be excluded, and those have been turned over to the defense, as well as SR. Same thing for her. Our office provided statements to them, reported, and typed up interview notes. And then we're asking that Shira Higbee, Tricia Gilbreth be excluded, and of course we asked separately that Dr. Andrew Clark be excluded. But those were all people that were in the possession of the defendant prior to August the 20th, 24.
Okay, so let me pause for just a second here. This was last week. This was 7 days ago. This was the last hearing before trial began. And defense, the state is asking to throw everything out, every witness the defense possibly has, for one reason. This is the fourth time, the fourth deadline the defense has missed in turning over a list of all their witnesses and what they're going to testify to. And the way the law works in Mississippi is it doesn't matter if the state already knows, if the state talks to them and knows what they're going to say, defense still has to turn it over. They have to say, here's the list, here's the person, here's what we expect them to testify. Does not matter if that information is identical to what the state retrieved from them. They have to turn over, and they didn't. And so the state is now making the motion, which legally they're on solid grounds to do. Hey, they didn't turn it over. They can't use it. Motion to exclude. I would say definitely this would be an ineffective counsel issue. We're going to see that it doesn't play out the way the state, they didn't get their full, they didn't get everything, but I think it did tie the defense's hands a little bit. So we're going to start playing just a little bit more because I want you guys to see, this was last week, once again, I'll put the replay sign back up. I want you to see the exchange the judge has with the defense and the relationship that exists there, because it is strained and tenuous, to say the least.
In addition to...
Hang on, before we leave that, do you have a copy of the witness list for Mark?
Yes, sir. May I approach?
Do Mark testimony?
And Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to show it to them. I have the email where it was sent September the 3rd at 4:15 to our office. May I proceed? We, of course, outlined our arguments within our motion as to why we believe that those witnesses should be excluded. I mean, first and foremost, the fact that they violated this court's multiple orders regarding discovery, that by their own admission, they had this information and for whatever reason chose to wait till September the 3rd to produce it. There's no good reason other than willful conduct for them to have done such. There were multiple conversations between the state and the defense about turning over this information. This is not new information. This is not something that wasn't in their possession. This is something that we certainly believe is akin to a willful attempt to hide evidence. We ask that each of those witnesses, with the exception of Mr. Smiley and the testimony that he's previously provided to law enforcement, be excluded. Would the court like for me to proceed with regards to our other motion in limine for the experts?
No.
He says no.
Any further argument as to these witnesses?
No, sir.
All right. Okay, the response.
Here comes the response. Watch this. Look at the sass in the way she hands that note across. Slaps it down. She is not a happy camper. Ricky, good to talk to you yesterday. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 18 months.
You know, we provided the state a witness list. I think it was sent over on the 3rd of September, if I remember, and I think that's when it was told to the court. I don't think the state is saying that they're surprised as far as any of the witnesses. I think what they're asking for is for the witnesses to be struck. I have brought some case law dealing with that issue for the court, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Listen, I'd like to see your case law.
Dealing with when we're talking about witnesses being struck and everything, Your Honor, the issue of witnesses not being allowed to be used, it gets into the issue of surprise, whether or not the other side is being surprised. Most of the time, in all the case law, it is either in the middle of trial when that's taking place, or right on the eve of trial.
What about Page versus State?
What about
Again,
Page
Your Honor,
versus State?
I'm not familiar with Page versus
Page
State.
versus State was 11 days before trial. The defendant provided a list of witnesses but did not provide the substance of their testimony. He made the exact same argument that you've made before this court in regards to an affirmative defense of alibi. And the Supreme Court said the court was right to strike it down and exclude it.
Well, my understanding following in looking at the case law as far as, I guess, what has been provided and
This was
everything,
1 week
most
ago.
of the witnesses that we have are witnesses that we have gotten from the state.
Okay, the Supreme Court's also dealt with that. There is no exception. Under the defendant's requirement to disclose witnesses in Davis versus State, 9.04C1 clearly required the defendant to disclose the names and addresses of all witnesses in chief, which the defendant may offer at trial, together with a copy of any written or recorded statement or oral statement they were aware of, and the substance of any oral statement. The rule contains no exception for a witness who is referenced in materials that the state produced in discovery. So I will start here. This is your burden of proof. Show me what you produced as to Heath Smiley.
Boom. He's now saying, show me your receipts. What did you give the state about what you're going to question Heath Smiley on, what he's going to testify on?
We don't have any written statements from Heath Smiley.
Did he give you any oral statements?
Just what the same thing that he's given to both sides. I mean, that's the...
Correct. So all he'll be able to testify to is what was provided in the state's discovery, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so he'll not be testifying to anything other than what he's testified to in open court or what he's given a statement of.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that was pretty easy. Vicki Breeden, show me what you produced.
I think it's what has been proven. Has there been anything?
What's in the witness list?
It's what's on the witness list, Your Honor. There were no written statements from her.
It's not just written statements.
There was no.
You've practiced law here for 20 years. You know this. You know this. They told you something, you have to turn it over. So if Vicki Breeden said, hey, I knew A, B, C, D, she doesn't necessarily have to write it down. You have to tell them about it. Y'all show me what you produced. Is there anything else that you produced other than what's on the S1?
No.
James Daniel Ford.
The
Show me
lawyer's
what
like,
was produced other than James Daniel Ford.
It would be the same, Your Honor. There's no written statements or anything. It'd be.
What about oral statements? Did he give an oral statement that would be relevant?
It's given to Dr. Clark.
I'm sorry.
It was given in Dr. Clark's report.
Your Honor, Dr. Clark talked to Heath Smiley, and that is in Dr. Clark's report. So that has been furnished.
When? What day was that furnished?
On the 6th, I believe, Your Honor.
September?
September 6th.
17 days after the fourth discovery deadline report?
17 days
Yeah,
after the
it wasn't
fourth
the conversation
deadline.
I had with Heath Smiley. That is, we're just bringing to the court's attention that those statements are in Dr. Clark interviewed.
Casey, welcome.
Heath
Good to have you
Smiley.
here.
I was not present.
BG. What was produced in relation to BG?
I guess the same thing that is on the
All right. SV, SR.
same thing.
It's the
Same
juveniles.
thing.
Sheriff Ayden.
Same thing, Your Honor.
Tricia Gilbert.
It's going to be the same thing.
One horse, one rider.
Let's start.
But she's
take
like-
Tricia Gilbert, for example. And I understand your participation in camp. It seems that you didn't do the discovery.
I did not do this. I did not do this list. And I have not talked to these witnesses. These witnesses, I am dealing with other witnesses in other part of it, so I'm not familiar.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Even though the rule prohibits this, the court's going to require 2 attorneys to respond to this, okay? So I'll let Ms. Todd take this, all right? Is that fair?
So up comes Miss Todd to talk about this as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, I wish.
Hold on just a second. As to Tricia Gilbrief, what did you turn up?
Your Honor, during a session I had in the DA's office with Ms. Newman and Ryan Berry, I relayed to them that the oral statements that the teachers had made to me during that session. In fact, it was even referenced. In their expert report, which we got last night at 6:30 p.m. Our expert report.
We'll get to that.
Yes, sir. Our expert
So
report.
what do you have other than your word?
Other than your
You
word.
gave these statements to the state.
Well, Your Honor, I didn't record my conversations with the state, but I also told the state during the documents that she's talking about is my direct examination. They asked me if I had any written statements for any witnesses,
That's
and I
not
said,
what the rule says. Did you speak to Tricia Gilbrief?
briefly, Your Honor,
What did Tricia Gilbrief tell you she's going to testify to?
she's going to testify to what exactly I told the state she was going to testify to.
No, you tell me. I have to make
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm making a decision.
She's going to testify that she was one of the last teachers that saw Carly on the day she left the courtroom, and that Carly did
Where's
not
that
seem
at?
angry.
Where's that?
Your Honor, I don't have the witness list in front of me, but I believe it says in the witness list.
She gets the witness list from the judge.
Your Honor, in the witness list, it says that she will be regarding her personal knowledge and observations from Carly from the fall of 2023 to March 19th. Carly's behavior and demeanor during the fall of 2023 to March 19th, 2023, based on her personal knowledge of Carly's relationship with her mother, Carly's personality, and her relationship with Heath Smiley, and Carly's performance in her classroom. That's exactly what she's going to testify to. And the reason we took it back to the fall is it shows you that she's had Carly in her room for that long. She knows what she's like.
So what did she tell you that you intend to elicit?
I just intend to elicit that when Carly left the classroom that day, she did not notice anything that seemed Carly was upset, that Carly was angry, or that Carly had anything but a positive relationship with her mom.
Where is that in there?
Your Honor, the state sent us the same stuff in their witness list. I had this conversation with the state in person. I didn't feel the need to write it all out again.
Okay. So you don't have any proof other than what you say as to Tricia Gilbert,
I mean, I could call Ryan Berry if I needed to, but
The other attorney.
no, Your Honor.
He's a lawyer. He's not a witness. But if you feel the need to, I'm not going to stop you. But that's not, how's that relevant? How's what you just said relevant? That she seemed fine when she left school?
Well, Your Honor, I think it goes to Carly's demeanor, Carly's personality, and it will go into what...
State have any objection to a teacher saying that she seemed fine when she left school that day?
I mean, if that's what she wants to elicit from that teacher, and that's her only testimony, that she seemed fine and she had a great relationship with her mother, we would love for them to call her as a witness.
All right, nothing other than that.
That's
Let's
right.
go to the next witness.
Okay.
Next witness.
Andrew Clark.
No. Going in reverse order. We'll go with the expert second.
Sheer Higby. Same thing.
Okay. Show the court what you turned over in relation to Sheriff.
The same thing that's listed here, that she anticipates that she'll testify regarding her personal observations of Carly from the fall of 2023 to March 19th of 2024, Carly's behavior and demeanor from the fall of 2023 to March 19th of 2024, her relationship with her mother, Carly's overall personality and performance in her classroom.
All right. Well, what's she going to testify to about the relationship?
Exact same thing to what the other teacher will testify to.
Well, let's articulate it clearly.
Okay, to articulate it clearly, Your Honor, she'll be testifying to that she's known Carly and had Carly in her classroom for the better part of a year during the 2023-2024 school year. She saw Carly on the day of March 19th, that she has known Carly and her mom for quite some time, that Carly is a good student, a good kid, not a troublemaker, not a troubled kid, and
that's a lot of character evidence for what particular pertinent trait.
Your Honor, I think it goes to what the state will be trying to introduce as Carly having some troubled child with a history of violence, which is just not true.
State have any objection to the witness testifying that that witness saw, that witness taught her that year, she saw her on that day, that she's a good student, a good kid, not a troublemaker, not a troubled kid?
I think the last part we would object to until after Ms. Gregg testifies, and then she can put on her character witnesses. But as far as her observations of Ms. Gregg on that day, that she was not, didn't seem in distress or abnormal, and that she had a good relationship with her mom, we do not object to that testimony, Your Honor.
All right. Court will allow that testimony and that testimony only until we get to character witness testimony. Who's the next witness on the list?
The next witness on our list is SR,
This is last
followed
week's
by
hearing.
BG. These witnesses are the same witnesses the state's going to call, and we're calling them for the same reasons, Your Honor.
Okay. So you didn't turn anything else over? No statements from the juvenile witnesses,
I
correct?
haven't even spoken to SR. So
What about BG?
BG spoke to him briefly, but the testimony is the same thing that the state recorded in their interviews.
All right. And they won't be allowed to testify to anything other than what's in the state's interviews. As the court pointed you to the case law, there is no exception to the discovery requirement for the defendant just because they're listed in the discovery by the state. So you can't elicit anything that's not in their report.
Wasn't planning to.
All right. Who's the next witness?
The next witness is James Daniel Floyd.
I believe they're paid. I think the dad's paid for
In relation to Mr. James Daniel.
Your Honor, the only thing we're anticipating calling Mr. Floyd about is just what he saw on the day of the investigations. I have not had personal conversations with Mr. Floyd. He's just going to confirm the demeanor of Mr. Smiley during the investigations when the police were at the house.
Okay, so that gives you a little taste of what happened last week in this case. The judge was very upset. Okay, first of all, four times they've had a deadline for discovery, which means every time the state has probably said, hey, we need a deadline. They've got to turn it over by now. They've got to turn it over. 3 times they didn't. They set the fourth one, and the state saying they still didn't turn it over. After the fourth one, the state says, we make a motion that all their witnesses and everything they're going to testify to be excluded, which you can't do. Okay, this would be, well, you can according to the rules, but you can't according to no appeal. This would turn into appeal immediately for ineffective counsel, where the lawyers failed to do what they were supposed to do to work with the rules of the court to present evidence. Of course, that's not a fair trial if you can't present any evidence on your side just because your lawyers didn't meet the deadline. Well, 4 times they missed the deadline. So anyway, the judge does not like the defense lawyers. That's the vibe I'm getting. Now, we don't get to see this during the trial because they're doing all their sidebars off camera. So we don't get to see any of the communication back and forth. But we might see some of the spice and some of the body language if the judge is ruling against them consistently during the trial. It's gonna be crazy. We love watching all these different judges that have different. The last one we watched down in Las Vegas with the bench jumper. She would not allow any double negatives, no double negatives. And so if in the questioning, if there was a double negative in the response, she's like, I don't think you got the answer you think you got. Ask the question again without a double negative, make it straightforward. And I loved it because we've listened to so many cases. It's like, did you or did you not do this? No, that's a bad example. What we saw in this case was more You will not hear evidence that this did not happen. That was the frustrating part we had in this case. The judge in Las Vegas would not have stood for that. What was the sentence in the bench jumper case? I think it was guilty. I cannot remember because that was so long ago. We're on day 2 from the trial. This is day 2, so it starts in less than half an hour. We're going to pick up with trial out of Mississippi. We're in Mississippi on this one. Rankin County, Mississippi, by the way. Did you get your doohickey hooked up? I got this one working, mostly. So I can... Let me see if I can show you what it looks like. Let me go back to... No. This one. Let me see if I can import everything. Let me show you. This is the best way I can show you what I deal with when I... let's take all these out. Delete. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'll put this on the screen. Squirrel. Cancel, import media. Okay, so this is basically how I view things. Only my picture's not in the corner, right? This is how I view things during trial. So as things are going on, we've got different sources, and I'll hit play here without having any audio. So I can see I might have synced up a couple different feeds going together with different audio, and I can like fast forward if I wanted to. I could skip forward and get to a little thing and show a replay, and I could show just one of these pictures or all of them. But this is what happened the other day. So I've got chat going in the middle. I've got several different feeds running that I'm watching. Sometimes I have a few more, but anyway, that's the replay system has all that, and it's working basically. There's a couple settings that it's not doing yet. It's not automatically building the clips in the video in the timeline. It's supposed to, but other than that, it's pretty close. Let's see, get rid of that one, that one, that one, and that one, and that one. There we go. So we are starting the trial today. It's day 2. If you missed day 1, it was opening statements plus a little bit of testimony. We had 2 witnesses, I think, on the stand. One was a juvenile. Let's see. I think we had 3 witnesses. 2, we had a dispatcher, a first responding officer, and a juvenile, I believe. But we're going to get this gadget figured out so we can do replays. I'd like to have it so that it's set up at the end of the day. We can go back and watch just the highlights, like a 5-minute clip of the best parts of the day at the end of the show. So. Want this judge on the Karen Reed trial, but if he was judge, it probably wouldn't be happening. Holly Mack, thank you for gifting 5 memberships as well. We also had 10 memberships from Rebecca Zucks. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Appreciate your generosity. A couple people came in with an anniversary message. Rebecca, for one, 7 months of hanging out with y'all and interested people here. Grouse Mouse. Lily Wayne, so glad you're home. This terrific group of people, including RA. Thank you very much. Mods and all chatters, love it here. Thanks, RA, for all you do for us and what I don't do, right? Big Sky DMC, 18 months is halfway to 19 months because I was on vacation at the start of the month. I know how that goes. So a bit late I am. RA, the best place to follow true crime with the best mods. Thank you very much, Big Sky. And there we had Holly Mack gifting some memberships as well. I think... We also had Lisa Pye, member for 15 months. Thank you very much. Zimmy, member for 12 months, the big 12. Congratulations on the Orange Courthouse, Zimmy. Ashley for 15 months. Good to have you back in green, Ashley. Ricky Watson, thank you, my friend. And the Wee Gob kicked things off with joining and then a 9-month anniversary message. So thank you all. As far as our counter goes, we are on 30 for the record. This is That's our counter. We're on 30 MKs. And we're counting OKs and MKs because O and M are very close to each other in the alphabet. But like LMNO, there's just an N in between. So OK and MK, both are going to count. Both lawyers on both sides are saying it a lot. A lot. So we're up to 30. And I think we did miss a couple. Keep me honest in there. Just let me know if it's you can just say OK in the number if I miss one or two. And we'll update it. Are these private? I believe they're private attorneys hired by the stepdad, who this blows my mind. The stepdad who we heard on the audio recording, right? We heard the 911 call of him literally discovering her mom dead on the floor, and the anguish and just it tears at your soul to hear that. He is standing by Carly and supporting her, and wow. I don't know what to say other than that. But at some point, we're going to hear him in the state's testimony as well, and possibly on defense. Corey Hill, congratulations on 8 months. Thank you, my friend. I've heard some people say that these attorneys are really good juvenile attorneys, but possibly not good adult criminal attorneys, which is terrible if they're not qualified for what they're doing. Something smells fishy about that, says Mary Murphy. I don't have any information about something fishy, but I've seen victims of crime both forgive and support offenders in very strange situations, and this I think qualifies as that. And so I can't fault him for doing that, but at the same time, wow. I mean, it's not just that he discovered Ashley's mom dead on Ashley's bedroom floor, having been shot with a .357. Ashley also shot at him, and even though he was only hit once, it sounds like there was at least one, or at least two gunshots, maybe all three. She might have emptied the gun trying to kill him as well, and now he's still supporting it. But I think somebody's at our house. Maybe he's doing it for his wife, knowing she would want him to. We're going to hear testimony that there was like no problems between mom and daughter. Greenish, did you get picked for jury duty? You've got your eggs and your mug, right? What's your take on a child being charged as an adult? There's a couple ways to look at this. The simple way is to say, hey, do adult crime, do adult time, right? But you have to understand the child has to understand that they did something wrong. And as a parent of 6 kids, I know a lot of times kids don't understand why they did something was wrong. First of all, just take conversations. We're not talking about crime, but in conversation. You might share something personally with your family around the dinner table that might not be complimentary about somebody. And then later on, that child meets that person who's like, oh, this is the person that the dad said, and shares something that you wish they didn't. This is the person that dad said doesn't think before they talk. Oh, good. Children don't understand that might not be the best thing to say. They just want to join in and participate. You've all been in a situation like that, right? But we have, in this case, Carly, she scored a 30 on the ACT, which is better than some people do. Some people do. I never took the ACT, but I tell you, I would not have gotten a 30 on it. Their entire lives. Like, they graduate high school and still can't score a 30 on the ACT. She scored it when she was, 13, 14? Extremely smart. But does book smarts equate to, moral rights and wrongs? I don't know. Christine just got my summons for jury duty today. Good luck. I hope the outcome you desire happens. Can't get over she's a girl. Usually it's boys get into trouble like this. It's okay. We've heard through the testimony that we read via text message, thanks to the reporter from Court TV that was giving us a feed of text what was happening in that child's testimony, or the juvenile's testimony. But we heard during that testimony that the juvenile was concerned about Carly. Not that what Carly would do to someone else, but what Carly would do to herself, because there was an issue of self-harm, not in attempting to take her own life, but what was referred to in the opening as cutting. So they were worried about that, and they wanted to let Carly's mom know about it and do it in a way that Carly wouldn't find out that they're the one who told. Well, they found out. But nobody that we've talked to yet has said anything about Carly was a violent person, or they had any indication that this would happen. She knows right from wrong. I want to hear all the testimony. I don't know. In this case, I'd like to think that 14's old enough to know. But man, this is just. I'll say this: Jay Thomas, in support of this, things that she did that would show that she knows it's wrong. She ran after the shooting. She called friends asking for help. But in doing that, she was still planning the next shooting. I think the video we're going to hear about the indoor security camera footage that shows her, hiding, concealing the gun, going and I think all that's going to show that this was very premeditated and she knew what was going on. Who was the reporter? The reporter is not on Twitter. We were getting the feed through a video feed that was being added as a lot like these text messages are right here, just put up on top of the video feed. So there was not a social media feed for the testimony. I don't know who the reporter was. I don't think it's about her being charged with murder. It's about where she's being held and will be held if convicted in adult women's prison rather than a youth detention center. She's currently in an adult's prison on isolation. I believe she gets an hour a day out. The seal is up. We're waiting for the feed to start here. It's not quite not running yet. It's not fully. But we'll get everything set up here. Just 1 second. Oop, that's not it. Okay. Just checking here. We might start the day with another juvenile on the stand. Elijah says, I missed coverage yesterday, and so I'm not sure if this was discussed. Her birth dad allegedly had some serious mental health, psychiatric issues, and she recently changed meds. Both of those have been mentioned very briefly, and I think that is something that needs to be looked at in this case. I know the stepdad mentioned the issues with her dad, like mental or drug problems. During the initial response, the police, it was on the body cam footage, so we did see that. Give me just 1 second. Let's see if we can get all the feeds together. Got a couple coming ready slowly. Nothing happening in court yet. Let's see, here's our MK counter up to 30. I don't think points are accumulating. I've turned them off, but it still lets you check them. But they're not going to change. She was scared she was going to have the same illness as Dad. Yesterday when we were talking, I think it was Ivan that called in, Ivan Victor. He brought up the issue of we already have arbitrary dates in that are they're showing the juvenile witnesses on the stand right now. That's all I'm hearing. But the jury wasn't supposed to be there till right now, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It says juvenile witness on the stand. What are we counting? We're counting the number of times lawyers say MK. MK or OK. It's typically said right after a witness responds to a question. What am I missing this time, Ellicole? All the good stuff. That's all. We're waiting for the trial to start. We have heard yesterday, the judge told the defense, get ready, because your time it's nearly up. You're about to begin, so have your witnesses ready. Okay, so now we've got, they're cycling through cameras. Nothing's visible.
Bring the jury.
It's going to take a minute, but we're going to try to get everything synced up here. Jury selection is happening right now in Donna Adelson. We might be able to pick up that case probably on rewatch or on catch up while we're waiting for this one to finish, because I think they're almost done. If it goes to defense today, they're almost done. Can you cover the Puff Daddy hearing from Twitter during breaks and lulls? Oh my goodness, Puff Daddy finally arrested, I think in New York, a day earlier than they planned, but jury selection is postponed in Adelson, says stay on the docket. I think there was an late objection raised, so it's postponed things. Stalling tactic, maybe. Yeah, 2 days is super short. Birth father is still alive. New York does not stream court, so it would just be social media coverage. The Adelson hearing from this morning is crazy. I think the trial will be moved. You think they're going to move it this late in the... Wow. That would be big. And it would cause a big delay. Jurors have been dismissed until 1:15 in Adelson. Casey, it is back to be. It's great to be back in the studio. It's good to be back. But Charlie said you can't use my lawyer. I believe that was the objection, basically. Maybe grounds for a new. Are you saying Maya? A new Maya trial? Wow. Was that just from the motion that the J Hatch filed? That's huge. That's huge. What are the reasons on that? Todd, the roof held up fine. We found there's one missing shingle, and it seems to be in a key area. So we have there's like horizontal slats underneath the plywood. So there's one missing shingle, and it's right where the plywood lines up. And so it's exposing that crevice, and then it leaks down through there to one board, and there's a section of board that's wet. Everything else is dry under there. But we basically have to tear off the roof, tear off the plywood, tear off the board, replace the plywood, put the roof back on. Not excited about that. Money is always the reason. Greeners, I feel like I live in a barn after it rained on me last night in my bedroom. That's very much feels like a barn. Oh, and I also now have to replace the roof because the plaster and lathe ceiling in my bedroom has water damage now. So now I need to tear that out, and I'll probably just tear out the part that was wet to make sure it's all dried and cleaned up, and then put drywall on top of it. Because I've got space. I can do a half-inch drywall. Apparently, we still have a juvenile witness on the stand. Witness now is IA, is a 16-year-old female in 11th grade. Are you seeing any updates? Well, the law in Mississippi is they cannot be audio or video recorded if they're juveniles. Oh, Artie, I don't want more plaster and lathe. I wanted to tear down the plaster and lathe mostly because the metal mesh behind it is a killer. It's like a Faraday cage for Wi-Fi, and everything I own runs on Wi-Fi, so I need to get rid of it. I tore it all out in my bathroom upstairs. I'll probably tear it out in the one downstairs as well. I think we're waiting for court to begin. Does that make sense? I didn't hear the judge start trial or anything. I think we still have a juvenile witness on the stand, but I don't think we're to the point where they're testifying yet. Yeah, we're not seeing Q&A on Court TV. We haven't heard the judge welcome people, start the trial. I think we would have caught that. Mississippi is on Central Time. They're an hour ahead. They were supposed to start 9:45 was when the jury was told to be there, but they might start in about 8 minutes. Court TV has been capturing a synopsis of the questions and answers for the juvenile witnesses. Want to improvise a Faraday cage? All you need is copper pipe and a couple of magnets. Drop the magnets. Oh my goodness, I love this. I have this. This it's called Lenz's law. Actually, it's a scientific principle that a magnetic field passed over like a copper pipe or something. It also works with aluminum, just not as well. It creates a magnetic field in the device it's passing over, and the magnetic field it creates opposes the motion of the first magnetic field, which makes it fall slowly. So even though the magnet's not touching anything and the magnet's not attracted to metal, it drops slowly through the pipe. It might take 2 or 3 seconds to pass through a foot because of that. You can do the same thing with little magnetic balls, like the little steely magnets in a angle iron, like an angle, but use aluminum. And you roll them down And you have non-magnetic ones that roll fast, and the magnet ones roll slowly. It's pretty cool. Have you degaussed your monitor lately? It's been a long time. I don't have any CRTs, cathode ray tubes, that would benefit from degaussing. How's your fiber optic cable going? I went out this morning and I cut the source of nutrients for the vine. I want it to die really well, but the vine just like snaps. Like I took a section out, but now I can't reach the part that's farther up on the pole. Hang on, what's happening here? Okay, well, it's just comments. I'm not seeing the testimony from anybody right now. The Q&A is in chat. Okay, give me a second here. I don't think it is. At least I don't think it's live yet.
Sorry, can I have one of the 4 habits, please? One of the 4 skills.
Which ones? These?
Yeah. Grab them all. Grab just one. It doesn't matter. Thank you.
I only have 3. Are those the 3? Oh, did you? Did I get a package yet?
You already figured that back.
Is there a big one?
I don't know. They said there's a package.
Is it the one that was out there before? Because can you have him bring it in? If it's mine, not hers. All right. I'm trying to bring the questions up here on the chat. Juvenile witness 2, 16-year-old female, currently in 11th grade. Let's see, pop out chat here. Currently in 11th grade. Let's see here. Gingerly walk up to the stand, indicates this is not an endeavor sought out by the witness. Direct is done by ADA Matt White. The witness says, met Carly at school, known her since 9th grade, had classes together. BW is a friend. This is the friend Carly called over to the house and asked if they'd ever seen a dead body. Matt, hey, I'm live, bud.
But the package isn't ours.
Okay, watch for the other one, okay? Did you personally observe changes in Carly's behavior leading up to 319? And she says yes. She wasn't necessarily different, but definitely being more risky with life. Did you ever know Carly to smoke vapes? Yes. Did you hear from Carly after school on 319? Yes, she called me. What was her demeanor? Scared, jittery and scared, secretive maybe. Did she tell you why she was calling? Just that she needed me to come over. Did she tell you anything was wrong? No, just that I should come over. What was the call after you came home from school? Was that the call was that call after you came home from school? Yes. You mentioned you went over to Carly's house. Did Carly tell you why she was asking you to come over? No, she said she couldn't over the phone. How did you get there? My dad dropped me off. What's the first message on page 1? The message is, dude, are you good? That's me. And then on my way. At 9:55, Carly replies, TY, meaning thank you. Next message, BW says, I'm here. At 4:58, message was sent when I was in the car about to get out. JB, let's see. I think that's all. That's the latest update. So they are questioning the witness. They started the day with the witness on the stand. We'll watch for more comments. Eric, good to have you here. Sorry we weren't able to catch up when I was in Utah, man. But somebody had to go to their vacation home while I was on vacation. Can you show on the screen? I could. You know what I'll do? Watch this. Hang on. I'm going to use their chat like it's mine. Is that okay? Here we go. Let's say inputs for 4 is going to be channel 7. So now it looks like this. How about that? Is that cheating? What happened after you got out of your dad's truck? She says, I got out and she let me in. This is cheating, huh? Time zones are hard. Did she recognize you when you got there? Yes. I got in there. She said, don't freak out, trying to reassure me that it was fine. At that time, did you know what had happened? No. Do you know why she was telling you not to freak out? She said, have you ever seen a dead body? Does it make you squeamish? Then she was like, my mom's in there, and I peeked my head in the door. Did you see Miss Smiley? Yes, she had her arms crossed and a towel over her head. Whoa. Fair use, fair use. The crossed arms things is a problem. That means she set up the body afterwards. Yeah, the body was staged. Had to have been staged. Did she have a gun at that house? Yes, she was carrying it around. Oh my goodness. That is wild. I want to say a big shout out to Court TV for providing that. Obviously, reporter in the courtroom giving feedback the only way that the state allows in Mississippi. So thank you, Court TV. Wish we knew the name of the reporter. Continues to say, did she tell you what happened to her mom? And witness says, she said she shot her. Did you say how many times? 3 times. Did she say where? Just in the head. Wow. Testimony is continuing with this juvenile, not allowed to be shown on TV, on the screen. I would just say that from everything we've learned about crimes, when somebody gets shot, the odds of them falling down and ending up in I don't know what else to call it, but a coffin-like pose, okay, arms crossed on the body or something, it's next to zero, especially because if you're shot in the head and lose control of your body, falling in that position is statistically impossible. It just does not make sense at all. Testimony continues. Witness says she basically had 3 more shots. She said basically she had 3 more shots waiting for him whenever he was coming home. Wow. I went to the backyard and heard 3 shots inside the house. She fired all 3 shots. That means 2 missed, one grazed him. Would the defense claiming that her mom naturally fell that way? I don't think so. You know something's set up because the towel over her face was placed there after the fact as well. Cross, Bridget Todd says, when did you give Carly the vapes you purchased? A witness says, I'm not sure. So this witness apparently provided the vapes for Carly. Waiting for more answers or questions. Clearly into cross-examination. I'm not sure how much they're going to go into on this one. We'll keep watching. More answers come up. We'll share them with you as they come up. John, I haven't heard the details of that relationship in the time period. I know that her biological dad is still alive, and there were some problems there. Judy, I'm not sure if this one will make sense at the end of the day. Waiting for more questions and answers out of court, not seen them yet. They're in a recess now, I think. Nope. Let's see. Did you hear Heath Smiley pulling up? Yes. Did you call out to warn him in any way? No. I think this might be the last juvenile witness we have in this case. So she saw the mom dead, saw her friend carrying a loaded gun around the house, heard her friend say she was planning on shooting her stepdad when he got home, heard the friend tell her to go in the backyard because the stepdad was going to be home soon. And she did. She went out in the back and hid, and then she heard the gunshots. And Carly, trying to arrange this, after she shot her mom, according to the state, after she shot her mom, took her mom's phone, unlocked it using her mom's PIN, sent a text message to the dad asking when he was going to come home, pretending to be the mom. It sounds like therapy might be needed for that friend, says Say My Name. I can't put your chat on the screen and theirs at the same time, so I can only do one at a time. More questions coming in. What did he mean by being risky? Witness says doing drugs, drinking hand sanitizer at one point. That's the Germex that we heard about. Didn't you dare Carly to pump hand sanitizer into her mouth? She says, I don't think so. Dream and Landry, thanks for gifting a membership. I cannot put it on the screen right now, but thank you. John Link as well, member for 17 months. Hey, John, thank you very much. Continued updates from court, thanks to Court TV. Thank you for that. Says you don't think so, or you didn't. And she says I don't recall one way or another. About the drinking hand sanitizer challenge. Ooh, another juvenile witness. Next witness, also a juvenile. This is a 17-year-old boy, according to our Court TV reporter that's providing the updates. Juvenile witness 3, his initials are TG. He's a 17-year-old boy currently in 12th grade. That equates to the senior year, the last year of high school here in the United States. This might be a secret boyfriend. The state says that Carly led a secret life behind the backs of her parents that they didn't know about, and that included experimenting with drugs, risky behavior, a secret relationship. The defense spun it as she just had a life, that she was, this was just a teenager being a teenager. Michael White is on direct, starts at 8 minutes after 10. Asks about how this witness, this boy met. He says he met her at a summer camp in 2022. This is the new witness. So this is our third juvenile. At least third, possibly fourth if they had a break during overnight. Evangeline Light says this is not a teenager being a teenager. People drink vanilla extract too, but that seems excessive. Did court start late? Currently, we have juveniles on the stand. We've got a 17-year-old young man who's testifying right now who met Carly at a summer camp in 2022. Continuing the questioning of this 17-year-old boy, the prosecutor says, did Carly talk about doing drugs? The boy says, yes. She mentioned before weed. She has not done vaping. I'm not sure I don't know for sure the other drugs she's done. I believe she's done cocaine once. And mushrooms before. Other than that, I'm not sure. Okay, so this is a very diverse. Going mushrooms, cocaine, weed, possible vaping. He says no on the vaping. Other people have said yes. That's not. Cocaine and shrooms are. Wow. Mind-altering drugs for sure. What 14-year-old gets a hold of cocaine and shrooms? Well, friends get it for you, right? I'm curious if there was some sort of connection, a family connection. We know that there was a drug problem with her dad. Don't know if that was a source in any way. It might have at least provided some familiarity for some drugs in her life. Sounds like she was just experimenting. Isn't cocaine a pretty hard drug just to experiment with, though? At 14? Judy says, my bad behavior as a teen. I rode a bike to a place I wasn't supposed to go and got poison ivy. And you probably, I mean, that's the appropriate punishment for doing something wrong. Natural consequence, right? Definitely not a starter drug. I think this probably speaks to the risky behavior. She was taking more chances with life, with her life. That would indicate that there's a deeper problem, that something's boiling up under the surface. In the Donna Adelson trial, the jury selection is on hold right now because Charlie won't waive the conflict of interest with the attorney. They're basically using the same attorney, Donna and Charlie. He won't waive the conflict, so now they need a new attorney to step in at the last minute. I grew up in a pretty sheltered community. So the first time I even saw marijuana, I think I was a junior in high school. Now, I found my first marijuana grow up in the mountains, like legitimate full-on grow, probably the next year. Discovered it on accident. And live to tell about it, because some people don't. Witness goes on to say, I just showed up one day trying to introduce myself to her parents. What happened? I knocked on the door and met her stepdad. I'm not sure what to say, but he told me Carly did... How would you finish that sentence? How would you finish this sentence right here? What did the stepdad tell the boy that was 2 years older than her, that just shows up on the door to meet Carly? Stepdad said Carly did not live at the residence, or he had never heard of Carly, so I just left. Did you and Carly ever discuss what happened? Yes, sir. She messaged me on a burner phone. Told me she was in a room away from the front door and that her mom was holding her down in a room while her dad was talking to me at the front door. What? Okay, that was not on my complete the sentence out Mad Lib. This is nuts. Her mom was holding her down so she couldn't go to the door to meet this boy. The stepdad says she doesn't live there. He's never heard of anybody by that name. Was she upset about her dad not letting y'all meet? Yes, she did. I believe she was exaggerating. This is the witness. But she did say something. She did say she almost murdered her parents that day. Going to get rid of the counter so we can see the text. I can try. Let's see. Hang on. Super source. DSK. Come on. DSK1. There we go. How about that? Is that better? She almost murdered her parents that day because they wouldn't let her meet with a boy that was 2 years older than her that just showed up on the front doorstep. Let's go to March 19th. Did you talk to Carly on that date? Yes, sir. She called my cell phone, and I answered it. She opened the call with her on the verge of tears by saying she, excuse my language, messed up. This is the 17-year-old boy, the senior in high school, who's saying this now. Erica Olson says, keep in mind this is hearsay. Just what Carly told him may or may not have happened. It is, but at the same time, it's permissible hearsays because it's a statement against interest by Carly. She said she couldn't tell me what happened, then hung up. I messaged her asking if I could do anything to help, and she said no, that I was good. She was on the verge of tears, looking scared and frightened, afraid of what she had done. Okay, so was this a video call? Doesn't say if it was a video call. It says phone call, but you can tell if somebody's near tears through audio alone. I don't think she is credible. We know she cheated on her math test. We know she was lying to her parents. She had burner phones. At least one. Doesn't make you a bad person. I have a burner phone. Yeah, we need to give some bonus points to Court TV for providing an update on the juvenile testimony out of court. The screen is, the camera's looking up at the projector on the ceiling. Nope, I'm sus, says Jen Joe. I'm sus. So I can't put your text on the screen at the same time I'm showing Court TV's. But now I'm monitoring 3 video feeds and 2 chats at the same time. So I'm thinking today's a win just from that point. Debbie, the points are stopped. No one's accruing points. It won't allow me to stop people from checking their balance, which doesn't change. Yeah, thank you very much. Amanda D, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. Do we know what set her off? We know that she's been mad at her parents before for how they are parenting. She's had her phone taken away. Clearly, she's lost some privileges that way. But I don't know on that day, on the 19th of March, what happened. Her mom was in her room doing something. So presumably she was checking on something or looking for something. Cross-examination. Now, Ms. Todd's up. She says, when Carly messaged you on March 19th, is it fair to say she was reaching out for help? Witness says, yes, ma'am. Scared? Yes, ma'am. On the verge of tears? Yes, ma'am. You said you felt like she was exaggerating about nearly murdering her parents. Sometimes people say as a turn of phrase, or I could just kill them. Is that how you took it? Yes, ma'am. Looks like we got the witnesses done. Now we get back to regular testimony. New witness on the stand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let me adjust this audio.
Adjust yourself.
It's terrible.
You understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And Heath, we've met before today, that's right?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, though, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you, so if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about how old you are.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for, it was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me, Heath, prior to March 19, 2024, who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
And when did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Where'd y'all get married?
We actually went up to Gatlinburg when things opened back up after COVID.
You like to take trips, be outside?
We did.
How old was Ashley Smiley when she passed?
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin High School.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2", blonde hair, blue eyes, super nice, real smart.
May I approach the witness room? I'd ask you to look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture that we took. I guess we were up in the Smokies somewhere. I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall. I don't know.
And it's a photograph? Mm-hmm. And who's in that picture?
That's Ashley's mom.
Myself and my wife, Ashley.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted S7 all purposes.
We've had 2 juveniles this morning that we were not allowed to hear, but we did get a brief synopsis of some of their testimony.
Yes, Heath, I know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of Ashley that is in front of you, is that similar to the way she looked the last time you saw her alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much. She just, everything she did, she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
Kevin Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was Natalie Gregg?
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that right?
Yes, years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only things that Ashley had told me here and there. Things didn't go well and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about, you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, little video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that, and she started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
She had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was. We just didn't have a face to the name.
They're sharing his name now.
And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him, so I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, I told him he must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with Thad?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms, I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you?
No.
Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly and
ma'am.
Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon like I had when I was young, and she decided on a color of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day, I found out she had it at school in her pocket and somehow got in trouble with it. And I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it. And that's about all I know on it.
Yeah. So the knife was in Carly's pocket, not in her book bag. Is that right?
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but.
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
No.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. No, she might have. I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to an alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend time at the alternative school as a discipline.
Yes.
What, if anything, Heath, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was. Everything is kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something. I'm not sure what. And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes, ma'am.
Is at the same school that Ashley taught at?
Yes.
How, from pure observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
Heath, were there other, we talked about Thad, was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
That's okay, but you and Ashley knew about him?
Yes, ma'am.
Had he been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him, and some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. Had to keep it like on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So Ashley worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Pete, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that Ashley might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath, around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever a time that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and I was trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was, I don't know when, several months back, maybe a year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin at night, and it was a week or so she had a bad cold, and she was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for therapy for anxiety and stress?
Within, I don't know, I think that was maybe a couple months maybe before, seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am, or something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with them a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I knew she'd been on one and they changed her up to something else.
you don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before, and sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th of 2024.
No, ma'am, not that afternoon.
The morning?
Oh, no, I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate.
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually take her medicine in the afternoon.
I think so.
Okay.
Got a couple okays in there.
When's the last time that you saw your wife alive?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
Didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both ride back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about, not on the 19th, but on a regular day, would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened at my work and I was able to get out a minute early, which is very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
I'm not sure on that. I don't know, I guess school was out maybe 3:15, I don't know. And it's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road maybe.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually I get out of work about 4:30 and sometimes I hit that evening traffic and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
Where is your house?
Right off of Bullfanning out in Farmington Station.
That's here in Rankin County?
Yes, ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far. It's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at school all day on March the 19th?
As far as I know.
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on March the 19th?
I don't recall, other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to write something down?
Permission to write something down?
Keep that handed back to you. If you don't mind, if you'll look through those messages, please.
Life is like a box of chocolates. Very laid back testimony from this gentleman who we know was hysterical the day this happened. It's the contrast between the two are remarkable. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you for the gifted memberships, too. That was super generous. Gifted 5 memberships just a moment ago.
Okay.
Do those, and admittedly, these are not all of the messages between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
And are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted essay.
It starts at, I think it says 3:20.
No pending question. This is a speedy trial. This is rare. Usually the defendant will waive right to speedy trials. They have more time to prepare a defense. Carly, to my understanding, has not done that.
Yeah, I apologize, Heath, you're right. The first message I was looking at was actually from the day before. I'm sorry, on 3/18. So on the bottom of that page, your page 2 of that exhibit, what does Ashley say to you? She says, I need to go to Kroger, thinking about going on the way home. Do you want anything?
Yes.
Did that appear to be a normal message that you and Ashley would have with each other?
Yes.
I think then you go on to tell her a couple things that you want. If you'll read for the ladies and gentlemen, kind of just a grocery list, right?
Yeah, just Mountain Dew, some soft serve ice cream, a couple of kinds of bread that I eat, and some random chips, just some junk food stuff.
Healthy stuff.
And again, typical message between you and Ashley.
Yes.
Mountain Dew, ice cream.
And then at some
bread.
point, does she respond back to you?
Yes, she replied back later. Says gonna go later.
Still sounds like something Ashley would text to you.
Yes.
Tell us about what that next message is that you got from Ashley's phone. He
said, "You almost home, honey."
Does that sound like something Ashley would typically say to you?
Not typically, but it wouldn't have been totally out of the realm. I think she would have phrased it slightly different, but I don't know.
What time was that text message sent to you?
That says 4:14.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you thought that Carly actually sent you that text instead of Ashley?
I was wondering about that one at the time. Yes.
And then what did you respond to that message?
Said, no, I'll be here for a little bit yet. I'm at work.
And then you can't see it on this, but I think maybe Carly or whoever had her Ashley's phone sent you a thumbs up.
Sounds correct. Yes, it's not on there.
So Heath, let me ask you, what made you think that that was Carly that sent that message and not Ashley?
I don't know, just something with the phrasing of it maybe. I'm not sure.
I want to walk you through, prior to March the 19th, 2024, did y'all have any type of surveillance cameras at your house?
Yes, we had a couple of things around. The Ring doorbell, well, I'm sorry, it's not a Ring, it was a Wise brand doorbell. Actually had gotten to see if packages and stuff were being delivered during the day.
I need one of those.
Were there other cameras either in the garage or inside the home?
Yes. 1 second.
Take your time.
We had one camera in the kitchen that I had actually gotten years before. I was going to actually put it at my mom's house so she could see what her dog was doing when she went outside. But the internet out there in the country is so slow it wouldn't run. So I had set it up at my house.
I'm not moving there.
Yes, well before I had even met Ashley. And it had just been sitting around, you know.
And that was a Wise brand camera also?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that camera had any kind of like a SD card in it?
Ashley had put an SD card in it at some point, yes.
And I'm not super techie, but an SD card is just kind of something like you put in a regular camera to hold pictures or hold videos. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there any way to tell what time a video popped up from that camera?
That camera was older and had some issues working with the newer software. I'm not sure on that. Ashley had been trying to work with it some, but.
Could you, I know I have a security system at my house, and there are times that mine's motion activated and that it'll ding on my phone and I can watch kind of who's outside my house. Did you have that ability?
Nice.
No. What about on the inside camera?
Well, the doorbell camera would ding if somebody walked up, like UPS dropping a package off or something, but the inside camera, she never could make it do anything like that. If it had that capability, it wasn't on or working.
So you weren't able to actually watch the inside from an app or anything like that?
I think you could pull up like a live stream on it, but it wasn't like dinging your phone every time the dogs moved in the house or anything like that.
Which is probably a good thing, right?
Right.
So I want to ask Keith, have you ever viewed the footage from the inside cameras from March the 19th of 2024 at your house?
No.
You said that there was also a camera in the garage area?
Yes. Ashley had set that one up maybe a week or something before.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that camera was activated?
So she actually got that not to use as a camera. She wanted to be able to remotely open and close the garage door and make sure she had remembered to put it down when she left and that kind of thing. And Wise had a camera that she set in your garage that would watch the door. And it knew, to open or close it when you wanted to, and you had a camera as well. So she mounted it on the garage door opener itself.
And that camera, did it also record video and audio?
Yes.
The way that those clips work, how long is each clip on one of those videos?
I would have to go back and look at the time on that. I'm not certain.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that it's like a minute clip at a time?
Perhaps.
It's a minute that has to be triggered again.
Is there any way, other than deleting videos on those computer systems, are you aware of any way that somebody could go in and physically edit a video from that?
Not that I know of.
And Heath, at some point, and I want to talk a little bit about it later, but at some point, did you actually watch some video from the garage camera from March the 19th?
Yes, the Rankin County officers had been all out in the garage looking through stuff, and I just assumed that they had gotten the other in the card and everything. And a couple of days after, I guess it was the 21st, somewhere in there, I realized that the card was still in, the SD card was still in the camera in the garage, and I was kind of looking at some of the footage that it might have caught.
Can you tell me, I believe there were 4 videos that may be relevant to March of 19.
That sounds right, yes ma'am.
2 videos of Ashley and Carly coming home, is that right?
I think so.
And then the video camera captures you pulling into the driveway and walking into the home.
Yes.
And then you've seen the last video, and you can't see the shooting, but you can actually hear when you walk into the house, the first gunshot.
Yes, the newer cameras had the ability to start recording when they heard a noise, or I think I've even read where some of them are smart enough to hear the sound of if somebody breaks through a window or something like that, they'll start recording for home security reasons.
So you've actually listened back and watched that particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about, tell the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, and I know it's probably difficult, you can take as much time as you need. Tell the ladies and gentlemen exactly what you remember about when you came home on March the 19th, 2024.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and I came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face before the door was, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches wide open. And everything kind of went pretty fast from there. It was a blur. So.
I want to take you back just a step. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, saw a bit of a video from inside your house, but just so we're clear, when you say you were coming into the kitchen, I believe you pull into the garage and there's a door that leads from the garage into the home.
Yes.
And then there's a little laundry room area.
Yes.
And then there's another door kind of beside your refrigerator that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen area.
Yes.
Were you coming in the first door or the second door when the gun went off?
The second door from the laundry room to the kitchen.
And do you remember, is there anything you do every day when you come in the house?
Usually stop and take my shoes off there and come on in and change clothes.
Do you remember if you took your shoes off on March the 19th?
I think I did, yeah.
Was it unusual for that second door to be closed in your house?
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We would shut that door a lot of times, trying to keep the sound of the washer and dryer down, or trying to keep one of the dogs out of the garbage can that we had in there.
I have to do something similar. Y'all have 2 large dogs, right?
2 golden retrievers.
And so on that day, the second door was what was closed.
Yes.
I believe you said that you didn't get it open probably 3 or 5 inches before it went off. What did you remember seeing, Heath?
Just gun flash in my face, and it went off 2 more times, but my hand was on the gun after the first shot. I twisted it from her.
Who was pointing that gun at you?
It was Carly.
Who pulled the trigger when you opened the door?
The first one I know was Carly. After that, my hand was on the gun too, and I know I had a scratch on my thumb and all. I very well could have hit it. I know that third time.
How close, Heath, was that gun to your face when that went off?
Maybe a foot.
That can do some serious hearing damage.
Did you ever get struck by a bullet?
Yes, one of them kind of grazed right through this muscle up here.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what did that feel like?
So much pain.
I know this sounds weird, but I honestly have never felt it to this day.
Whoa.
When the gun went off in your face, tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, was your body in a state of shock?
Not at that moment. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you see anybody inside your home other than Carly?
No.
Walk us through, you said that you were able to at some point get the gun from her. Tell us, Heath, what is it that you remember after that?
She was screaming out of her mind, scared. It was like she had seen a demon or something. She was terrified. And my first thought was there was an intruder somewhere, and she thought she was after somebody else.
And to be clear, Carly never told you that she thought somebody else was in the house, right?
No, that's the feeling that I got. She was terrified out of her mind.
And at that time, you did not yet know that your wife was dead, right?
No, not at that time.
So Carly's scared. She's screaming when she shoots at you. How many shots went off from that gun?
At that time, there was 3.
What type of gun was it that you took from Carly?
It was my Taurus revolver.
And what type of what caliber of weapon is that?
So the gun is a .357 Magnum, but I think it had 38 special rounds in it. If the gun's a .357, it can also shoot 38s. A little bit lighter recoil.
And what color was that gun?
It's just the gun matte silver.
Prior to taking it out of Carly's hand, where was the last time you saw that gun?
I actually kept it on her side of the bed. So it had been there for probably a couple of years.
When you say on her side of the bed, was it on a nightstand or was it somewhere else?
I think she kept it. We had little cubbies underneath the edge of the bed. The mattress is sitting up on. I think it was sitting up under there.
Between the mattress and the cubbies,
I think she just had it in a cubby under there.
Just sitting there.
Was the gun just loose or was it in some sort of holster the last time you saw it?
I do not recall that. It was a while back. It had been sitting for a long time.
Did you have other guns in the house on that day?
Yes, I had an old shotgun that I've had for years that's unloaded in the closet, and I had an AR that I had gotten. It was also unloaded in the closet.
Were there some other guns maybe in a safe too somewhere?
There was a Glock in the safe. There was a BB gun probably in the house somewhere too. I don't know.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
She probably knew about the 2 in the closet, but
the 2 rifles.
They were unloaded, and the last time I had tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little to even hold them up. They're heavy, big.
And you had several guns in your house. Did you and Ashley ever go shoot guns?
Yes, we did.
That was something y'all enjoyed doing together?
Yes.
When you took the gun out of Carly's hand, what did you do with the gun?
I was holding on to it, and like I said, at that time, thought there might be someone else in the house, like an intruder or something. So I immediately started checking the house.
I have to go see the cat.
And looking for Ashley.
Did you attempt to call Ashley also?
The kids are thrilled.
I want to take just a step back, Heath. You get the gun from Carly. You said that she was screaming. What did she do next?
She fell back into the kitchen island, just kind of straight back onto her butt, and was screaming, jumped up, ran out the back door. And I mean, I'm still pretty quick and agile, but I knew I couldn't catch her. She was moving so fast. She ran out the back and took off, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch her, so I turned around, stepped back in, and I locked the back door behind me.
Do you know why you locked the back door?
Because I was thinking there might be someone else out and about and around, in or out of the house. So I went to checking the house.
Do you remember telling anybody that you were in such shock that you didn't even try to shoot Carly back or anything like that?
No, it was very evident to me immediately that something was very, very off with Carly. The way she was screaming, the way she looked. She was moving so fast.
So, Heath, you said Carly is at this point, she's out of the house, she's run off. You never actually saw someone, other than Carly at the house, right?
No.
So you locked the back door. You're going through the house. You have this firearm still in your hand. At any point, did you open up the firearm?
I opened the cylinder on it to check to see if how many had been used or was left in it. I closed it back up and started checking the house.
When you opened it back up, how many live rounds did it appear were left in the gun?
Just one.
And how many rounds does that .357 Magnum revolver hold?
It's a 7-shot.
So you knew that she'd fired, at that point you knew she'd fired 3 at or in your direction.
Yes.
You did not know what the other 3 had been used for?
Correct.
The last time you saw that gun, were all 7 rounds live?
As far as I know, I guess the last time it had been used was a couple years before or sometime when Ashley had shot at some, and I assume she had reloaded it.
So Heath, you're walking through the house. You have this gun, afraid that maybe there's somebody else in the house. You said, I believe that you tried to call Ashley.
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did you find her phone?
Found her phone. It was on the counter in our living room.
Was there a second phone beside it?
Yes.
Did you recognize the other phone?
I didn't really stop to look.
So you realize that Ashley's phone is there. Walk us through what happened next, Heath.
Checked our bedroom, bathroom, closet, other side of the bed, under the desk in there, and turned and started going towards the other end of the house. And I glanced in our spare little 3rd bedroom, and then turned and went into Carly's room. And that's where I found Ashley.
Yesterday, Carly was in tears watching the police video. She's not crying here. This is interesting.
When you found Ashley, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you saw?
She was laying on her back and had her hands kind of across her, and a towel over her face.
Do you remember what color the towel was?
I do not.
When you saw her laying there, what's the very next thing that you did?
Checked her pulse, see, and kind of moved the towel, and then called 911.
And Heath, when you moved the towel, what did you see?
I knew she had been shot. There was blood around, but I don't really recall exactly where. Somewhere in the right side of her face there.
You said you called 911.
Yes.
What did you tell the 911 operator had happened?
I tried to immediately tell him I needed the police out, that my wife had been killed and I had been shot.
Do you remember telling them who had shot you?
I assume I said Carly on there, but I don't remember exact details.
Do you recall telling the 911 operator that, oh my God, she's killed her mother too?
I don't recall saying that, but it's very possible, I guess.
At that point, Heath, did you think that Carly was the one that had killed her mother?
I didn't know what was going on at that point. I kind of went into shock there.
At some point, and again, the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, have seen some of the body cam footage from that day, but at some point, someone from the sheriff's department does come to your house.
Yes.
Walk us through what you remember happening once he gets there.
I don't know much there other than I got out the front door and just laid down on the front porch.
And it's pretty safe to say that you were still in a state of shock.
Yes.
He seems like he's still in shock right now. This is
At some
very
point, were
detached.
you loaded up by the paramedics?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
Took me to Baptist Hospital ER.
And what was the reason for taking you to Baptist Hospital?
They wanted to get me checked out and make sure everything was okay. They knew it wasn't real bad or anything, so they just trying to be cautious.
But you had in fact suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, they got me down to the ER and they put a piece of gauze, taped some gauze on it, and sent me back home.
You got a
And
Band-Aid.
it went through your kind of right, like trap muscle area. How far, I mean, not to pick on you, you don't look like a very large man. He's pretty average size. I mean, would you agree with me that where your trap muscle is and your head are about 6 inches apart?
I guess, yes.
So that shot was pretty close to your head.
It's close, yes.
The gunshot actually, thank goodness, went kind of through and through, right?
Yes.
So you didn't require any surgery to remove the projectiles.
No.
In fact, Heath, I think you were actually, excuse me, I think you were actually released to go home that evening.
Yes, like I said, they taped a piece of gauze on me, and I don't remember them doing a whole lot else.
But I got the bill.
The night was probably pretty hectic as far as telling people what happened and what was going on. At any point, did you ever tell anyone that it was someone other than Carly Gregg that had shot you or Ashley?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And to this day, you've not told anyone that you think that the person that shot you or shot Ashley was somebody other than Carly, have you?
No.
Okay.
We talked a little bit about law enforcement being at the house that night.
I have thoughts.
At some point, they kind of released the scene back over to you, right?
Yes, I think when I returned back from the ER, they had finished up and cleared out, and there was a guy had me sign a paper and went on back in.
Kind of saying the things that they'd taken from the home that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I mean, you go back home and they've taken some things out, but of course there's still, I mean, clear evidence that a murder had happened there, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you notify law enforcement about the garage camera?
Yes, I think it was Friday morning, I was looking through that SD card to see if it had caught anything. And of course the cops were looking all around everywhere in the garage for various things and had apparently not seen the camera. And they
how does he feel about that?
found the 4 videos that you referenced, and I called and told them I had found something else and they'd come pick it up or whatever, and they had still at that time not returned my driver's license to me, so they decided to bring that out.
And at some point they did actually get those videos from you.
Yes.
And to be clear, there was some confusion about an Apple computer and copying
Yes,
versus cutting.
I had moved those 4 videos over to my computer. I was just going to let them have the card with everything on it. And when I moved them over, it pulled them off the card onto the computer rather than like a copy and paste and making a copy onto mine. So the officers came back in and were talking to me about tampering with evidence and possible charges of messing with evidence, even though I called them out there to come get the card.
Whoa.
And to be clear, I don't think they ever told you they were going to charge you with tampering. They just explained that they didn't want it to look like somebody might have done that, correct?
No, he said we're trying to avoid having to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Okay.
Boom.
At that point, you're still pretty much in the state of shock, right?
Yes, there was 4 or 5 of them in my bedroom.
And in fact, if that was said to you, that would certainly not be indicative of what you would want to, how you would want to be treated, right?
I didn't know. I was just trying to be helpful at that point and figure out what had happened or why.
And I believe even on that day and after that, you did still continue to assist law enforcement in the investigation, right?
Yes.
At some point, you decided that you no longer wanted to communicate with the state or law enforcement, right?
Yes. After a few things that had happened, I went and got a lawyer.
Let's see. You talked about you told us about the garage camera and the incident. And to be clear, this was just an honest mistake. And I think that was relayed even by the officer and you, that this was, instead of copying and pasting something, you accidentally cut and pasted something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new laptop that was sitting there. I was got it rather than on his computer this time to try out. And when I realized that mistake, I said, you can take the whole computer, just whatever, and I had it sitting there open. So he just moved it over, got on the computer and moved it over himself, one of them.
At that time, no one had been able to find the camera from the kitchen. Is that right?
Correct.
Where all, if you would tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we knew the camera was missing. Where all did you look for that camera?
Everywhere I could possibly think of. I looked high and low through the whole house. I mean, I wasn't looking just for the physical camera. I mean, it's a little shorter than that water bottle probably. But I was looking through small stuff even for the SD cards, like they're the size of your thumb, postage stamp size maybe. And I was looking in shoes and boots and clothes drawers and pockets of clothes. I looked through every tiny little shred of garbage before I let any garbage go out of the house. I don't know, I guess it was that Friday garbage comes through. Everywhere I could look for, and I continued to look for it for a long time.
And law enforcement had been at your house and also had searched kind of high and low in the home looking for that too, right?
After I got them to actually, look for it the second time around, they didn't seem to be too interested in finding it at first.
Are you aware that they also went and searched outside, looking everywhere between your home and where Carly was found?
I know they looked in the backyard, and one of them was kind of looking over the fence just to see if anything had been thrown anywhere.
At some point, was that camera found?
Yes, I later found it. As a lot of y'all know, when something happens, everybody always brings tons of food over. And the refrigerator had gotten just packed full of stuff. And we were slowly trying to clean that stuff out and get rid of it over time. And I found the camera back. It was actually back behind some water bottles about like that in the back of the fridge.
Was that the same day, Heath, that law enforcement had been looking for the camera at the house?
Yes, that's the third time they came out to search the house and the yard and all around. They searched and didn't find anything.
Who was there when you, who found the camera?
I did.
Who was there when you found it, Heath?
My mom was there, and like I said, law enforcement had just left a few minutes before.
And based off your prior conversation with them, you wanted to make sure that they were in fact the ones that came and got it, that you didn't mess with it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to let them know that you'd found the camera?
I called back the number that I had for Mr. Zach Cotton and I don't know, I guess that goes to our front desk, and they had to patch me through somehow, or he called me back or something. I don't remember. So,
And what's your understanding of who Zach Cotton is?
He had given me his card to contact him. I'm just assuming he was like the main investigator.
And I want to take you back a step, and we'll come back to the camera heat. I mean, you had actually come into the sheriff's department and given an interview with Investigator Cotton, right?
Yes.
And that was before this had happened.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him that Carly was in therapy for stress and anxiety?
Yes.
Do you know how long that camera had been in the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Did you put that camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Based off what you know, how do you think that camera got put in the refrigerator?
I'm assuming that.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Wow. The judge is like, yeah.
I'll rephrase the question. When's the last time you saw that camera plugged in at your house?
I guess previous day. I might not have noticed if it had been gone then, but I'm assuming it was there the previous day.
And when you got home on March the 19th, 2024, was that camera still attached in the kitchen?
No.
And who was the only person besides your deceased wife that had been in your home that afternoon?
Well.
That you knew of?
At that time, Carly, but we since found out there was another person in there.
And as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that that person moved anything in your house, right?
I don't know if anybody knows.
Sure.
I don't know.
Wow.
Had she been over to your house before, the other girl?
Carly had a couple friends over a time or two, and I do believe she had been there once before, yes.
Did she have any direct interaction with you when she was there?
No, I was laying on the couch when a bunch of them came through and said, hey, and they were in Carly's room or messing around in the backyard some of the time.
Why?
When you left for work on March 19th, 2024, did you ever see that morning or the night before, had you seen any empty vape pen boxes?
No.
If they had been sitting, if they were found at the desk in your bedroom, would you have seen those before you left for work?
I would believe so.
Do you know anything about Carly using drugs, Heath?
I had no idea of it until the events of I guess until the second police search.
And what are you referencing when you talk about the second search?
When they came back, I guess it was Friday, so after the murder had taken place, and they came out with a couple of things out of Carly's room that we had no clue of. So I don't know anything about them. It was new to me.
He does not like the police.
When you told law enforcement that you'd found the camera in the refrigerator, at that point, did you give them consent to kind of see what was on that camera?
Yes. He had me sign something as he was taking it, so I assume that was consent.
He doesn't know if he gave consent?
I want to take you back to the interview that you gave with Investigator Cotton, and you probably don't remember the contents of all that, right? It was,
not at this time. I think we were in there for a while and covered a lot.
Do you remember talking to him about what might have been stressing Carly out at the time?
I don't remember that conversation, no.
Do you remember him asking you, kind of midway toward the end of the conversation about if there was anything else that you knew about Carly or about what was going on that might be helpful to their investigation?
Again, I don't remember at this point what was said there.
I really want to hear him on cross-examination.
Y'all probably got a record of it, but I don't recall.
And that's okay. When traumatic things happen, our bodies respond in certainly different ways. And I don't think anyone in this room wants to experience what you've experienced. And so I don't expect you to remember everything. You had a lot of questions on that day, right, about what happened?
Yeah.
Heath, at some point, there was a no contact order put in place between you and Carly.
Yes.
Did you ask the court to lift that?
Yes.
And since that time, you've had contact with her?
Yes.
At any time during your communication with Carly, has she told you that she was not the person that killed her mother?
No. We have not had any kind of conversation, anything like that. Nothing to do with the case or the trial.
Do you see Carly in the courtroom, Heath?
Yes.
If you could you point her out?
Right there.
And could you tell me where at that table that you pointed at that she's sitting?
She's in between Mr. Camp and Miss Todd in black.
And is that the same person that shot you with that .357 Magnum on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes.
They're smiling at each other.
May the record reflect the defendant's identified that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, I need to see if his demeanor changes here. I don't know Mr. Heath at all. All we knew from him was the recording of the phone call, 911, and the body cam. This is a very different presentation for Mr. Heath, going over very painful, difficult things, and this could be an emotional response, a way to.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 10:30. It's about time for we'll take a mid-morning break and a mid-afternoon break. If y'all would, go ahead. I'm gonna have you step to the back to the jury room, use the restroom, get any coffee, get any water that you need. Okay. When we get back, we'll go till lunchtime. All right. Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
Just for your heads up, they're cooking the pork chops right now. Bubba is on the grill. Interesting layout here with the jury on one side, prosecutor and defense on the other, judge in the middle. This is the court layout. So this is looking to the judge's right as he's facing the gallery. Okay, I don't know.
All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Smiley, we're going to take a break. If you want to use the restroom, one of the bailiffs will show you to a restroom in the back, but I don't want you discussing the case with anyone in between. As soon as you're finished using the restroom, they'll bring you back up here, okay? But no discussions about the case, not with me, not with anybody, okay? Yeah. All right, for everybody else, it's 10:32. We'll be in recess till 10:45.
And there she goes. Interesting take here. Okay, first of all, this is a little bit bizarre because Heath Smiley, her stepdad, is defending Carly, or is still supporting Carly. He's never had a conversation with her about the events of the day. They never brought up what happened. How did this just become water under the bridge? I'm intrigued. It's crazy. I don't know if we've heard that Carly has not yet grieved for her mom. I don't know if Heath has grieved for his wife. This is a speedy trial, and that's what makes this so much different than any other case, where normally you've got 2-3 years have passed. this happened in March. So it's, I don't know. He might be dealing with it the best he can. He might be, under the care of a doctor and receiving, prescribed medications to deal with stuff. But it's bizarre to see the behavior, especially where his response to the prosecution was most animated, not in recounting, finding his wife dead and seeing that she was shot in the face on the floor in the bedroom, but instead in disagreeing with the prosecutor and saying, no, the police did threaten me. That was the height of the emotion in his testimony. The police did threaten me with obstruction of justice or tampering with evidence because I had tried to copy the videos off. That was the point that really got his ire. And there were several points throughout his testimony where he had that low level comment, just the way he talked about the police. Not impressed. He was not impressed with the investigation. He was not impressed with the effort they put into the search. The fact that they didn't find things, that they came back several times when he found something and brought it to their attention, they tried to threaten him over it. He's not a fan of how this whole thing went down. But I don't know what else to think. I want to see him in cross-examination. I want to see if we get a different demeanor out of him. A lot of times I feel we can, as members of the jury, we can look at the demeanor of a witness and how they answer questions on the stand to get an idea of whether they want to give this testimony or don't want to give the testimony. But yeah, crazy. Let's see. Yeah, I've seen the messages about the goon squad down in Rankin County. That was I believe one of the reasons why they switched to be everybody has a body cam county. But yeah, please, there are no allegations involving SA in here. There's no evidence that's been brought up. Please stop making comments about that. We're trying to delete those out of chat. We're not here to look at conspiracies. There's nothing that's been brought up that shows that was even a factor. So we ask you to keep that out of chat, unless there's some evidence to support that. I don't think that's appropriate. The smile between Heath and Carly. When he was asked to identify Carly, first of all, he hadn't looked at her through the majority of the testimony. He's looking down, he's looking up a little bit, but mostly I'd say his eye gaze was lower than horizontal for a majority of his testimonies. We're watching that. When he's asked to identify, he's like, oh yeah, she's right there, and turns and looks. We get the camera shot that shows Carly. Carly smiles, cuts back to the dad. Dad smiles back. And not just like a, hey. It wasn't a grimace. It was a, hey, a smile. Just, So that's why his name's Smiley. No, that's just his last name is Smiley. Trying to remove inappropriate messages as fast as we can. You guys, we're gonna start timing out people that are making allegations that are unfounded, mostly for legal reasons. We don't want to get sued, nor do we want you guys to get sued. So please don't make those sort of allegations in chat. So we'll time people out if those continue. I think he might be under doctor's care and medication. I think that's a likely. In my situation, if I had just gone through something like that, I would tell you that I would need a lot of psychiatric treatment probably to deal with it. I think that would be perfectly normal and expected. So that might be the case. We might also see more willingness for him to answer questions or him to agree with the questioner when the defense is questioning him. So we know he's called as a witness for defense already. So that'll be interesting. All right. Wow. What a morning. We've had a couple juveniles testify, and under Mississippi rules, we weren't able to see or hear them. We got the gist of some of their testimony. All that basically was that Carly was a smart kid, didn't seem to have any real big issues with her parents, although there were some disagreements. She did have a burner phone. She did. Was experimenting with drugs, possibly some vape pens, some cannabis vape pens. Cocaine, possibly. Mushrooms, possibly. Possible relationship, I think that was hinted at. The boy that came over says he met her at a summer camp and tried to meet her at the house. Knocked on the door. Dad answers the door and is like, you've got the wrong house. Don't know anybody by that name. Carly, in text messaging that boy after he's like, yeah, I just knocked on your door. Your dad says you don't live here. Said, yeah, my mom was holding me down in the other room. Dad didn't testify anything about that. Even the boy thought that might have been exaggerating, at least in Carly's response, where she said, yeah, I just about killed them today because of that. But I don't know what to think of this. This is a very, very interesting case. I have not done a Canva link on this trial, mostly because I don't know if Carly is mentally competent to stand trial, and I would feel terrible in a situation like that where we have a juvenile. First of all, is a juvenile in court, and that in and of itself just seems weird and wrong for us to have cameras going watching a 15-year-old tried for murder. It's intriguing. I love the legal aspects from that point. Determine if she's guilty of an adult crime as a juvenile. But I don't think we're going to do a thumbnail for this one. It's a tough case. Carolyn W., another month. Thank you, RA. Thank you. 15 months, Carolyn. Appreciate that. Apple Treasure, member for 8 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you as well. Yeah, it's got sensitive issues that I don't know where they're going to fall, where these are going to shake out. This trial is in Rankin County, Mississippi, and this is a speedy trial. Speedy trial, a lot of times speedy trial means different things in different states, right? You look at let's see, Fulton County, Georgia. Speedy trial there is like 3 years. Speedy trial in Mississippi, not so. This is a very fast trial. This is the same year. This is, let's do a count together. March, April, May, June, July, August, September. We're a handful of months, like 6 months away from when the crime was committed. If I did the math right, that is really fast. She is competent. She is smart. She's smart and competent. What I don't know is if medication was involved. If she was being treated for medication that has side effects, and we know these side effects exist for some meds. Okay, all you have to do is be watching TV and an ad comes on for some miracle medication drug for whatever the illness, and then wait till you get to the part where it's like, if you have any of these symptoms show up, alert your doctor immediately. And some of them are like homicidal thoughts or self-harm and everything else. It's like, we know that there are drugs out there that cause these sort of things. I don't know if or how much that played a role in this case, but I can tell you that if they did play a role, even if they were being used to help, her adding illegal drugs to that mixture at the same time could not have helped. I haven't decided yet on Stefan. I'll need to look at the facts again. I don't remember off the top of my head. We're probably going to go next to Alderson and do a speedy catch-up on that one. One of the side effects to antidepressants is depression, ironically. So it's not working. It's not working. Yes, the paradoxical effect on kids, which makes it tricky. I'm not speculating. I'm just saying that we know that there's some testimony that's going to be coming in about that. I don't know where that's going to fall. I have not heard the testimony yet. That's all. Donna Adelson. Did I say her name wrong? Yeah, that's an interesting trial because there's already somebody who's been found guilty of the murder, and she's been charged for her part in that, which will be interesting. If it goes forward, they're supposed to be choosing a jury right now, and they're on a break because there's been an objection. Charlie's not waiving privilege. Is that what it was? He's not waiving something. He and Donna had the same lawyer, and he's saying, no, I'm not going to waive that. That's a conflict. Josh says something spicy just happened in Simpson's court. Thank you very much. That's on a prelim. Do you have a link in a... Let's see. Where can I watch that? All my sources are tied up. Where's camera 8? I could use camera 8. I can't figure out how to charge this thing. I kid you not. It has a plug, and it has a battery on and off switch. But I can't get this thing to work. Josh, I'll take a look at... I might look at Judge Simpson on my phone really quickly, see if we can get that saved so we can watch later.
Tell me as soon as the jury's ready.
Jury might be coming back in.
Oh.
I just figured it out. I just fixed it. Carly's coming back in. Walks past the prosecution. She's talking to someone in the gallery. I thought that was Ashley's parents right there.
Doing crossers, Mr. Camp. All right, bring him in.
Was that not Ashley's mom?
He'll just slide in. You just slide in the council table.
Are the grandparents on the stepdad or the mom's side? Does anybody know?
Cross-examination by the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Smiley, we heard a lot of testimony on your direct with the prosecutor regarding the garage videos and what was on the garage videos and you transferring the garage videos to a flash drive for the police. Did you have an opportunity before you were transferring them over to view those garage videos?
Yes, the 4 from that afternoon I had seen, yes.
And we talked a lot about them on direct, but we're going to go ahead and play those for the jury so that everybody can...
Let's practice real quick.
Let's approach real quick, says the judge. So we think it's the mom's side, Ashley's parents, that are supporting Carly.
By agreement of the parties, this exhibit will be marked as S9 and admitted for all purposes. Does anybody have the CD sleeve?
I gave it to Rick. I think it's over here.
Does anybody have the CD sleeve?
This is what we'll do. We'll mark the sleeve, and then Mr. Levingston, as soon as they're finished, we'll get the DVD out. Oh, it's in there. Okay. You may proceed.
We may get to see this.
Does the defense wish to publish this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Carly's getting tissues preemptively. Not sure what the QR code is for. Oh, it takes you to wise.com. It's a motion sensor. Garage door opening. Looks like it's mounted right on the garage door opener. That was one. This is video number 2. Get the times right. This is just before 4 o'clock. 4 minutes to 4. Now on to video 3. This was 5 o'clock. Neighbors out walking the dog in the background, oblivious. This is, I believe, the stepdad. Just showed up. That was her friend that ran with her. They both hopped the fence from the backyard into the front yard. It's 1554, 1555, 1703, and 1704. Is that right?
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
That was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just screaming, her eyes were just huge. She looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split. And it's got kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet. Living room and kitchen kind of in the middle, and then on the other end there's two smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the two.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And
corner.
you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom and another room?
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just general storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a little treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room?
Yeah, a lot of junk in the closet on a shelf and laying around.
And is there a hallway that separates the kitchen and the living room from that side of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the indoor camera located?
It was in the corner of the kitchen/dining room open area.
Okay. And is the kitchen, living room area of your house, is that open?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How would you describe your and Ashley's marriage?
We got along great. I don't guess we ever really had anything we just disagreed on or anything.
And were you still in your honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
And just for the record, you can't nod. You have to answer yes or no for the court reporter.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her biological dad, Kevin Gregg, doing drugs?
Everyone that I can think of, it sounds like he has either tried or does regularly.
And what did Carly tell you about her biological dad doing drugs in her presence?
He was constantly doing drugs in front of her, blowing smoke in her face. Turns out that he sat her down and made her drink an entire beer when she was 12.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her dad offering her drugs during her visitation periods?
Not sure on that, but I think she said they were laying around all over the place throughout his house, and I think he had tried to get her to do some various things at one point or another.
And would you say that Carly was scared of her dad?
Yes. She did not like having to go up there, and she was not herself for a day or two after coming back.
And would you say that Carly's mom was scared of her dad?
Yes. Anytime they spoke of him, it was like deer in the headlights. They would freeze up and be shaking sometimes if they were talking about him.
And how would you describe Carly's relationship with her mom during the time that you came into her life in spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024?
They got along great, loved doing things together. They liked a lot of the same movies, and they'd go shopping together, and they stayed together quite a bit.
Pretty tight bond?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Ashley was protective of Carly because she'd lost a child already?
Yes, she wanted the best for Carly, watched over her all the time, yes.
And is it fair to say because Ashley was protective of Carly that she was a little on the stricter side with things like social media?
She was, yeah. She, would read all the bad things that happened in the news and all that, and she didn't care for any of it. And I think TikTok's probably one of the ones that she didn't care for.
And TikTok was what Carly had put on the iPod, the old iPod?
Yes, just watching the usual stupid videos.
Yeah. And we've heard the phrase burner phone a few times, but when we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about the old iPod?
Yes.
Okay. So the burner phone is the old iPod she had that she somehow downloaded social media apps
Probably
to.
an iPod Touch.
Okay. And Carly was in 10th grade at the time that you guys found the iPod?
Yes.
With the social media apps?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you say that most 10th graders want to be on social media?
Calls for speculation.
Were there any other social media apps Carly had on the iPad?
I can't remember at this time. Ashley had taken care of all that. She was way more tech savvy with that stuff than I am.
Had you and Ashley already found the old iPod?
Yes, we had. She had found it and figured out what was going on. Yeah.
And when did you guys discover the old iPad that's called people have been calling the burner phone?
I'm just going to say sometime last fall. I don't know the exact time frame.
So not in March?
No.
And we talked about an incident with Carly looking on her teacher's computer at school. Did Carly need to cheat to get good grades?
No, she loved school, but she was almost bored with school a lot of days. It was, even though she was in the advanced classes, she's a light year ahead of everything they're teaching. Okay. Anything new she picks up and just wants to be a step ahead of the teachers.
And hadn't Carly told you about that incident that the kids in her class had dared her to?
Yes, they had. Yeah, she told us about it.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Carly?
All good. We've gotten along from the beginning. Hadn't really had any problems between us.
And do you have any other children?
No.
And would you say that you love Carly the same as you would a biological child?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, had Ashley told you about her ex-husband's mental health issues?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if anything, had Carly told you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Have you ever had any interactions with Mr. Gregg?
No, other than I would see him in the car picking up or dropping Carly off. And a lot of times he would drop her off and leave, wouldn't even check to see if she was getting in the house.
Okay. And you said that the handgun that was used in this incident on March 19th was kept under Ashley's side of the bed?
Yes.
Was it kept in a lockbox or anything like that?
No, she just had it under, she had little cubbies and all we had built out for kind of storage. She had set it under there.
And why was she sleeping with a loaded handgun under her side of the bed?
She was terrified that the ex was going to show up one day, and she wanted that there.
Now, in the time that you've known Carly, the 3.5 years from spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024, had you ever seen Carly be violent?
No.
Had there ever been any incidents in which Carly was in trouble for being violent?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Had you ever seen Carly enraged?
No.
Had you ever seen Carly get mad?
No, she'd get frustrated with something every now and then if she couldn't make something work like she wanted to, or something in a video game, but she would work at it over and over and over till she figured it out and got it.
Okay. Had Carly been having any trouble at school?
No.
Had she been having any trouble with friends?
Not that I know of.
And you mentioned that Carly had a boyfriend with at school, and at first Ashley didn't like it, but then she was okay.
Yes.
Why did Ashley first have a problem with Carly having this boyfriend at school?
Just in general, she had told her she didn't want her dating until she was 16 or so, at least, and just trying to watch over her.
And do you recall a statement that you made to law enforcement back on March 19th about y'all been having problems with Carly?
Again, I don't remember exactly what all I told them at this point.
Okay. What, if any, issues had you and Ashley been having with Carly?
Just not really any problems with her other than I think she was kind of at times depressed, or, she's a teenage girl, maybe emotional, but she ended up, we got her to a clinic up close to her, I guess it's in Madison there, to let her talk with a therapist.
Okay. And what had led you and Ashley to decide to put Carly in counseling?
She just didn't seem like she was her normal happy, peppy self. She was just kind of depressed and sitting around more, and she, she said she thought talking to somebody might help her.
Had you noticed anything else that was going on with Carly that concerned you at that time?
Not that I recall. She was kind of having problems with time management kind of stuff, and maybe remembering a couple things, which is a little unusual for her with schoolwork stuff.
Can you tell me about the issues she was having with remembering things?
Objection approach. This must be something that has been covered in a motion in limine prior to trial. There were a few of these items that the state was actually ruled they cannot bring up in their case in chief until defense brings it up, which we know the defense will. So this might be one of those points, but Carly's talking to her grandparents. The grandparents are talking back to Carly. Carly potentially is a witness at this point. I don't know if she's going to testify or not. I would guess that it's probably not going to be beneficial for her to testify. But I look at this, and Carly has a ton of family support. Her stepdad, her grandparents. everyone must be looking at this and saying, I can't believe Carly did this on her own. There must have been something else. Must have been a mental health issue going on or something. Huh. I have special vision.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the depth of your injury that you sustained on March 19th?
It was just a spot went through my edge of the upper trap muscle right there, and kind of zipped right through. And like I said, oddly enough, I know it sounds weird, but I've never really felt it or had any trouble with it.
Did you require stitches?
No.
I think we heard an officer on one of the other cameras call it grazed. Is that a fair description?
I guess, yes.
And Mr. Smiley, do you have any idea why Carly would want to shoot you?
No.
And we all heard Carly screaming when you walked into the garage, from the garage into the kitchen on March 19th. How did Carly appear to you when you walked in?
Like I said, my initial thoughts were she was terrified, scared out of her mind. I still, to this day, don't think she ever even recognized me. Something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was off.
And when you walked into the house, did Carly say anything to you?
No, just was screaming.
Did she say anything in response to your question? What's wrong?
No.
Is that like the Carly that you had known for the past 3 years?
No, not at all.
Did Carly ever have any interest in guns?
No, Ashley had wanted her to go shooting with us a time or two, and I had tried to, get her to shoot a couple different times. And I think Ashley or somebody might have taken pictures the time or two that she went, but that was it, and she never was interested in going when myself and Ashley went.
And in all the time that you've known Carly, would you describe her as callous?
No.
Would you describe her as calculating?
No, except with math.
Would you describe her as diabolical?
No.
How would you describe Carly?
She's just a sweet little girl ever since I've known her. And, even when we take her to the playground, instead of running around playing, a lot of the times she would be pushing other kids on the swing and the little, I don't know what they're called, little roundabout things that kids get on and go in a circle. She'd be the one that'd be pushing groups of kids rather than her playing. She'd go find the younger ones to try to help take care of them, and she's just sweet.
And are you aware of any medication Carly had been placed on?
And I can't remember the names of which one was which. She had been placed on one by the therapist that they had started her on something.
And do you recall what that medication was for?
Whatever they thought it was, whether it was, I don't know, just generalized stress or depression, or I don't know what they were thinking it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many medications that she'd been on?
I know she was on one, and then approximately the week before the 19th, they swapped her to another one.
Okay. And with the first medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No.
And with the second medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No. She had only had a chance to be on it for a handful of days. I don't know exactly how many days, but if she was just getting started on it.
And do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now. I don't always get off of work in time to catch her on a phone call, but we text some back and forth over the app that's allowed, and we talk over the video chat thing that's allowed through the jail and on weekends. So we're good.
Prior to March 19th, had you ever been afraid of Carly?
No.
Are you afraid of Carly today?
No.
Prior to March 19th, had Ashley ever been afraid of Carly?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Based on your observations and personal knowledge, had Ashley ever appeared to be afraid of Carly?
Objection, Your Honor, again, cause for speculation.
Your Honor, he can say what he observed.
Y'all are arguing in front of the jury. Y'all approach.
Y'all are arguing in front of the jury. Y'all approach, says the judge. They rephrase the question to try to get around that speculation objection, which would be totally improper for him to say what he believed Ashley thought, unless he observed something himself. That would be allowed, but the defense is saying that's still basically asking for the same speculation.
All right, the objection is going to be overruled. You can answer the question based on your observation and personal knowledge. Did Ashley appear to be afraid of Carly?
No, not at all.
And you testified on direct that you had retained your own attorney after the investigation of this matter got started. And you said that that was because you had been concerned or felt worried that you were going to be charged with a crime?
Yes, the cops had insinuated the tampering with evidence. They held my license for several days, wouldn't bring it back. I kind of think it now that they were maybe trying to keep me around.
Cause for speculation.
That's sustained. You can testify to what you observe, but you can't testify to what you think other people would do, okay?
Okay. And then I went and got a lawyer from there.
And why would you have tried to hide evidence that you were telling law enforcement about?
I have no idea. I was trying to find anything I could that might help out and figure out what or why.
Was law enforcement aware that there was a garage camera on March 19th?
I don't believe so. They were all around out there apparently looking at stuff. I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and they never saw the camera or never bothered to mess with it, more than likely.
Had any members of law enforcement asked you about any cameras?
No, not that I recall.
And you spoke on direct examination about them turning the house back over to you. About how long did law enforcement have your house under investigation on March 19th?
I had been down to the ER and back a couple hours, 2.5 hours roughly maybe, because it had gotten dark by the time I got back there.
And how many times after March 19th did law enforcement issue search warrants to come back out?
2 more times.
Okay. And during those 2 other times, now making 3 times that law enforcement investigated your house, did anyone find the camera in the fridge?
No, they did not.
Okay. And they didn't ask about any cameras in the garage?
No.
Okay. No. So you were very forthcoming with this evidence?
Yes.
And you also had your attorney file a motion to rescind the no contact order between you and Carly, correct?
Yes.
Had you asked that that be done beforehand?
Yes, I had tried to get my first attorney to get some of that in motion, and I don't know what happened there. It kind of fell through.
And has anyone else made you feel intimidated during the course of this investigation?
I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't contact anyone else, like y'all that were working with her about anything, couldn't speak with anyone else. And then
you were told
Sure.
Whoa, he's spilling the tea right here. Whoa, what is this? I was told by the DA's office they're objecting to this. I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't talk to anyone else. And now he's literally got something on the prosecution, against the prosecution here. So it doesn't like the cops, doesn't like the prosecution. This could explain his demeanor in court to some degree. He also just seems to be a non-confrontational sort of person, with one notable objection being the instant where he arrived home and was screaming what was wrong and got shot at and was yelling and sustained. He can't spill the beans on the prosecution here.
So it's understandable that you would be a little guarded.
Yes.
And that this has been a long, ongoing investigation.
Did you see that
and
look?
It's hard to talk about this stuff emotionally.
Yes, at times, worse than others.
Yeah. And that you have been interviewed about this previously.
Yes.
So you're having to go back over the same stuff repeatedly.
Yes.
And it's hard to testify. It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
And this is being televised and broadcast, and there's been a lot of scrutiny, so it's understandable that you would be guarded and nervous while testifying.
Correct.
Thank you for court's indulgence. Please interview it.
Redirect examination.
I'll pull up the look for you guys in just 1 second.
Keith, how many phones did you know of that Carly had?
I just knew of the one that we had gotten for her.
And so if law enforcement had 2 phones they recovered belonging to Carly from the scene, that would in fact be more phones than you knew about, right?
Yes.
Do you think that if someone shoots at me unprovoked, that that's a violent offense?
I guess so. It really depends on the circumstances.
Again, unprovoked. I'm walking into this courtroom, and out of nowhere, this gentleman closest to the door, as soon as I open it, pulls out a gun and fires it at me. Is that a violent offense?
It could be. It depends on the circumstances.
You said that
guarded.
Carly, you never saw her get mad or yell?
I have never seen Carly just angry or anything.
Never.
No, ma'am. She's always been just a happy little girl.
Was she a happy little girl when we just heard the video when she was firing a gun at you?
Like I said, I've never seen anybody like that. Even in movies, she was not herself. And like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me. She was terrified.
And Heath, I believe on direct, when I asked you about medications, you actually didn't handle Carly's prescriptions or medications, right?
No, Ashley was making sure she was taking them.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Smiley. You said that law enforcement came over a couple times and they didn't find these cameras. Did Miss Todd and Mr. Camp come over to your house at some point?
Yes, they did.
And when was that?
I think it was after the second police search.
And at any point, did they also conduct a search of your house?
They came through and wanted to take pictures and get the layout of the house.
Did they take anything from the house?
I think they took a couple pieces of her artwork and a couple things like that, but I'm not certain at this time.
And you don't know as to what they did with those, do you?
I do not.
Did they ever find the camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Court's indulgence.
I'm going to show you really quickly the look here really quickly. This is on replay. Sitting there talking.
There are no further questions.
Most witnesses
Look
be
at
found
that.
excused by the state.
We'd ask that be subject to recall.
All right. Mr. Smiley, we'll ask you to stand down. You're going to need to leave the courtroom and not discuss your testimony with anybody. You're not free to be in the courtroom just yet.
Okay.
All right.
Roro, thank you for gifting a membership. Or
State may
5
call its
memberships.
next witness.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, this will be a lengthy witness. I'm not sure if you want us to start or if you'd rather us.
Y'all can approach.
We're going to talk it over, I guess, and see if we're going to have another witness right now or if we're going to go to lunch with it being 12. Well, we got to check with Bubba over at the jail, see what the pork chop status is. The camera in the fridge is, he hasn't been able to testify that this happened, but he assumes that Carly put the camera in the fridge. But in doing that, he also cannot rule out that the friend might have put the camera in the fridge because there was a friend in the house during that time as well. Actually, just short moments before he came in. It's only 11:30. Okay, I'm an hour ahead.
Before we go any further, I need S9 out of the DVD and back in the court reporter's custody, please.
Those are the 4 videos that they showed us earlier. Judge Dewey running the show. Mandy Strong, congratulations on 12 months. Congratulations. Orange Courthouse there. This trial, we may be in defense today. The state may rest their case today, which is 2 days. 2 days long. That's, a day long when you look at how late we started yesterday. Holly Mack, I was confused on that as well. It looked to me like it was a male that ran after her. It could have been a male friend and not a female friend.
Your Honor, I put it on the record. The state would call Cliff Dunlap.
Just so ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, I'm requiring the state to take a witness out of order. Lunch isn't here yet, but we're not stopping till lunch is ready, okay?
We don't want the pork chops to be
Take them
overcooked.
a few minutes to get there.
Allison, you are so close. Next month, you'll have an Orange Courthouse. Congratulations. We're talking about pork chops because the judge has suggested to the jury that they should eat pork chops that the jail's cooking. Jail cooks pork chops on Tuesdays, and that's the day to do it. He's going to have a pork chop, and the jury should have pork chops as well.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you, okay? You understand that you're now under oath and you're anxious to be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, make yourself.
Good morning, Cliff.
I'm going to cut to a
Please
still frame
introduce
just
yourself
for
to
a
the
minute.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, I'm Cliff Dunlap, Rankin County.
Going to try to get those lined up.
Where
just a
within
little
Rankin
better.
County do you work, Cliff?
In the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay, what year did you start?
2011.
And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially, we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Okay. Prior to working at the coroner's office, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since 2006 as a licensed mortician.
Okay. And what kind of training
line up a little better.
Did you go through to become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's
care.
degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before coming to the coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenly Funeral Home and then subsequently at mortuary services after that.
Okay. And just kind of
Catch
not
me
to
up on
get
these
graphic or anything
MKs.
like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and the topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of fall under the jurisdiction of death investigation, scene, recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of your training and education, do you sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the state crime lab?
Yes, we do.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least into the thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process, that can range from suicides, homicides, accidental deaths.
Okay. And so just again, speaking generally, not about this case in particular, whenever you show up to a scene or respond to a call, kind of walk us through what your procedure is.
So normally we would determine whether or not this was a natural death or not. Like I said, we cover a lot of different types of cases. Of course, we want to make sure that the scene itself is preserved so that we have a very accurate description of how the death occurred. Then we would talk to any law enforcement agencies and proceed accordingly.
And now kind of turning to March 19th of this year, 2024, were you employed at the coroner's office at that time?
Yes.
As a chief deputy coroner? Okay. Do you remember receiving a call out to 214 Ashton Way?
I do.
Okay. And just by way of brief description, tell us where that's located.
It's in the Avalon subdivision, I believe, off Grants Ferry Road.
Okay. Old Fannin.
Old Fannin,
yeah. And did you respond to that address?
I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through from the time that you got the call out to when you got on scene, what you did.
Okay. So when we arrived on scene, we were informed that this death was attributed to a gunshot wound. So that let us know that when we arrived on scene to meet with investigators and law enforcement just to make sure that the scene was secure and safe for us to enter into. Once that was established, we made entry into the house. Walking into the living room, we went to the left. There were some bedrooms that were located off the living room. That time we found Miss Smiley. She was laying on her back in a supine position, and it appears as though she had suffered gunshot wounds.
Okay. Did you conduct an initial investigation of your own to determine anything at that time?
Yes, we wanted to make sure again that scene preservation was of the utmost importance. So we talked to the law enforcement, made sure that, again, it was okay for us to enter into the scene. And that's when we noticed the room that she was in and kind of the surrounding environment.
And did you look at Miss Smiley? Did you observe anything about her body?
Yes. Upon initial inspection, we did see that she did have 2 gunshot wounds at the time. We always want to make sure that we present the medical examiner with the most accurate visual possible. So, we kind of document what we're looking at, and that's what we initially found were the 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So once you did your initial investigation, then what did you do after that?
So at that time, we placed Miss Smiley into a white sheet that's used to collect any artifact that may be displaced during the transportation process. And then we recovered her from the scene until we took her to the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And then did you, as part of your investigation, conduct any further investigation into Miss Smiley's case?
At that time, we were waiting on law enforcement and their reports to come in, and then the medical examiner's office would perform the autopsy.
Okay. And after the medical examiner's office performed the autopsy, did you learn anything else about how many gunshot wounds Miss Smiley had received?
Yes.
Approach.
A strange time for an objection. He's finding out he learned from the autopsy or medical examiner that there was a 3rd gunshot. But that's what the objection's about. Interesting. I was going to show you that it's so good to be back in my studio, first of all. Because I have all sorts of visual aids that we can use in trials. I have not brought this one out to show you yet, but we do have a skeleton, 1/4 size. It says 1/4 size. I think it's a little bit smaller than 1/4 size. But we've got a skeleton, and we have the skewers as well, so we can do bullet trajectory path through the skeleton, if that were necessary. This particular skeleton, though, while they're doing the subjection, has the feature that his jaw. I say it's his. I think it's a him. I can't tell the difference. His jaw articulates, and it's spring loaded, so we can have him be like a speaking skeleton. Anyway, we might bring this up. I don't think we're going to need this for this particular case, but it's good to be back home. Plus, we have the goat as well. They're still trying to sort it out there at the desk. We might end up going to lunch here if this takes much longer, because we don't want to burn the pork chops.
Be marked S10 for all purposes and admitted for all purposes by way of stipulation of the parties.
All that for a stipulation?
Hold on. Give him the report.
I'll get you a link, Angela. Hang on one second.
Yes, sir. You can approach.
I just was going to give him this document. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Mr. Dunlap, you were just handed a document there. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is our case report that we fill out on every death that we work.
Okay. And it appears as though it's 3 pages. Is that what you have?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to the last page there's a what says investigator narrative. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you write that?
I did.
Okay. And when would you have written that?
That would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. And if you, in this case, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the medical examiner's office ruled, yes.
Okay. If you look on page 2 or anywhere in this report, is that reflected in this report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine as the cause of death?
Cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
And what about the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
It's pretty straightforward.
Court's indulgence.
Cross-examination. Mr. Hampton, you need the exhibit for cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would, please give it to Mr. Bailiff, and the bailiff will give it to Mr. Hampton.
I have a copy, Your Honor.
You do have, okay, just want to make sure. I knew I took your only copy. I apologize. Okay.
Okay, Cliff, and I'm just wanting to make sure I understand everything.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you call your case report, is what you have in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is that the only documents that is generated by your office?
There's the link to the skeleton.
As far as our investigative report, it is. We do initiate the death certificate, of course, for the funeral home at the appropriate time.
Okay. And to, I guess, initiate the death report and this case report, you look at other documents is what I'm understanding. Is that correct?
As far as...
Well, you said you had talked to the medical examiner's office.
Right. That was once the autopsy report was completed and they initiated the cause and manner of death.
Okay. Once they do okay, so you're getting information from the autopsy.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's actually that's telling you what the matter of death is, or manner of death is. Correct. Okay. It's not anything you do.
Correct.
Okay. So you're just it's sort of secondhand information that you get from them, and then you put on a piece of paper, and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. And here, I was looking on the last page, because you said there were, and I guess this would be a case in point. Mm-hmm. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots. Mm-hmm. Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit it or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say there's 3 gunshots. Is that correct?
In the case or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you are now, compiling the report, and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report, or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy, though.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
Redirect.
This is my automatic feedback suppression 1 rack mount. Hear no evil, see no evil is what it says on it. Advanced feedback suppression processor for my audio box. It's cool. And they gave me 2
Cliff,
cables.
do you know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do x-rays before anything is done to the decedent. Yes.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Okay. Is the based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay. And what?
Yes.
Another objection that he can't say that based on his observation the cause of death was the gunshot wounds, which is this seems like a strange thing to object to when they're not saying that she's not the one that shot and killed her mom, and they're objecting to this part of the coroner's report. Here's the new equipment we just got. It's small. It has these little, what they call them, ears on them. This screws into the case. That big case I helped you guys helped me build the other day. Let's see. So we have XLR and 1/4-inch inputs. It does little feedback elimination. So any squeal in the microphone gets rid of it, and then the output feeds into the system. So super excited for this.
Cliff, through the laws of the state, are you familiar with the laws of the state of Mississippi as they
the state of Mississippi is what I meant to say.
Yes.
Okay. And does your office make a determination as to cause and manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay.
This will not be on the desk. This is for the gig I'm doing.
Yes, sir. By the defense.
This weekend.
All right, you're free to step down.
All right, done with this one. Might be done for lunch. Are the pork chops ready, Judge?
Y'all approach.
I am super excited. I have one more. Donnie, is that the device I got you? I ordered this one, but thank you. Huge box, only had one board in it.
Take our lunch break. Y'all, I'm going to give y'all over to the bailiff. He's going to take y'all on back. Lunch should be there in just a few minutes, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
It's pork chops. I know it's pork chops. The bailiff's taking them out back. That's where where they've got the inmates grilling up the pork chops. Judge, do not get between this judge and his pork chop, by the way. Fun fact. You ready for this? Never in my married life have I cooked a pork chop in the house. I've always put them on the grill. I've never cooked one in a pan. I know people cook them in the pan. My mom used to make them in the pan. They were delicious. I've always done pork chops on the barbecue.
We're outside the presence of the jury. As soon as the jury gets lunch, we'll be in recess till 12:30. But as soon as they're done, we'll get started back. Anything further from the state before we recess?
I couldn't figure out what that elbow thing was.
That's right. From the defense.
We do have one issue that we would like to take up if we could.
Sure. Go ahead and come to the podium.
Come to the podium, please. We want to hear what this issue is. Maybe Mr. Bones should be called Pork Chop. That's a good name for him.
Your Honor, there was a mental evaluation that was done by Dr. Pickett, and that we had made a request to get the recording, and we had sent both an email to the court. We filed a motion because we weren't sure exactly what we need to do to ask for it. Dr. Pickett had sent us a response when we had requested his recording. He said that he'd be happy to give it to us, but we have to file a subpoena or something to that effect. And that's why we filed the motion.
Do you have an order for me to sign or a subpoena or anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I can get that. That's why if the court says it's okay, we will get you an order.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hear from the state in response, but short orders, yes, but I'm not typing the order.
Yes, we'll take care of that. No problem, Your Honor.
Judges. The state have a response for the record.
Your Honor, the motion doesn't actually state any reasoning for wanting the recordings other than the fact that in the evaluation report, Dr. Pickett made numerous allegations concerning one of the defendant's attorneys. It doesn't appear that they want these recordings for anything to do with the defendant's mental state at the time, but rather about something to do with an attorney. So we don't really know what the purpose of those would be. So, of course, we can't state whether we would agree or not agree to the production. But also should be noted that their expert did not provide us, nor did he have any recordings of his evaluations.
Anything further?
He's going to sign it.
Any reply?
Your Honor, I don't believe there was a recording by Dr. Just for clarification, there were two other individuals who had done reports. Neither one of those individuals did recordings on this matter. The issue was in his report, it references interactions between the defendant, the attorney, and part of Dr. Pickett's evaluation was based upon those interactions, and it specifically says it in his report. And they know what we are referring to. So that's what the basis of it was, Your Honor.
Well, the court will grant any order or subpoena that Dr. Pickett believes that he requires for you to turn it over. However, as I said, I don't type anybody's orders. So I don't have an order in front of me. As soon as I get the order, I'll be happy to sign it. I'll ask the state to go ahead and let Dr. Pickett know that I have said I'm going to order him to turn it over. So I'd ask that he turn it over post haste, but I can understand the doctor wanting some document from the court saying he has to turn it over too. But motion granted, give me an order, give me a subpoena. All right? Yes, over the objection of the state.
And we will notify Dr. Pickett. When I spoke with him about whether or not he could produce that, he did have concerns about being able to email such a large file. So that if the defense could help provide him with some way for them to actually transfer that file. Otherwise, it would not be until if and when he's brought here into town for hearing testimony.
Somebody just pay for WeTransfer.
Dropbox would allow.
Okay, well, Dr. Pickett's not going to set up the Dropbox. This is what I'm going to do. I'll sign the order saying he's to turn it over. But logistics are y'all's ends, okay? The court is not going to get involved with typing the state's orders. I don't type the defendant's orders, and I don't get involved with the state or the defendant how y'all want it produced.
I'm just here for the pork chops.
So, granted, give me an order. I'm asking the state to let Dr. Pickett know that I'm granting the order. How he produces it is none of my concern. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Best of luck to both sides. We'll be in recess at 12:30.
All right. So as he leaves, we're at recess for 45 minutes. That means we only get a half-hour lunch. So we're going to take a half-hour lunch, then we're going to come back. Everyone, pork chops are ready. Head out back. The bailiff is serving them up. Cooked by Bubba. So you're not going to want to miss your Bubba cooked pork chop out in back of the courthouse. So everyone, let's file out there now in an orderly manner, and we'll get those. We're going to take a brief break. There's the judge. He's not waiting for anything. Don't stand in front of him and the pork chops. What just happened? The state just objected. There's a doctor who had a report that did some sort of interview, and in the report it found out that something was mentioned about interactions between Carly and the lawyer or something like that. I don't know what it is. They know what it is, and they're being sort of vague about it. But it is a report that a doctor who needs to testify needs, and it says he needs it, so the judge is going to grant it. The doctor might not need it as much as the defense wants it to say, hey, here's another thing the state did wrong. But we'll watch for that. So the judge does not type up his own orders, as we've seen in many cases, even down in the Maya trial. The judge is like, hey, you type it up, I'll sign it. I don't type these things up. But anyway. Good times. We're ready for lunch. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back after lunch. I think we only get half an hour, so we've got to be back 12:30. We'll be back on here with the afternoon session of day 2 in the Carly Gregg trial, which is intriguing. I wonder, the people closest to Carly Gregg are supporting her, and one of them she allegedly tried to kill. So there's something here. There's more to be seen in this case. There's more evidence that's going to be coming out. I think we're going to be concluding the state's case soon. If not today, maybe early tomorrow. So we'll see where that goes. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be after I build my new audio box. I'm super excited about this. You heard at the very end of this trial, there was the little squeal on the mic. The judge's mic was a little too hot. This fixes that. There's no squeals anymore. It doesn't. The terrible noise when this fixes all of that. So anyway, I'm doing that because I've got an audio video gig that I have to do this weekend at 2 different locations, and we're not going to have any mic squeal. Not on my watch. All right, I'm going to make a quick thumbnail. Well, I might have time to make a new stream for after lunch. Reuse settings. Day 2, part 2. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have a portal set up. There we go. Save. What time does it start? 1:30. It'll be a little bit before then. Okay, it's up. I don't have enough time. Try again. It failed. Oh, now it's up. We're live. I'll portal you guys over, but I just missed the post entirely. Normally I'm supposed to end right when the music stops, but that did not happen this time. So let's do customization, redirect, add to this afternoon session, save, done. Now I close this one. Now I have to put my picture up so we can do a proper outage. You guys enjoy. Don't go eat your pork chops. Don't wait on account of me. Okay, guys, here you go. All right. There we go. We'll see you guys after lunch. Bye.